Good number.
900. 900.
Host screen sharing. इकडं my computer.
तर सुरू करायचं.
Good morning. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome Chief Guest, Honorable Dr. Abhay Jere Sir, Chief Innovation Officer, Ministry of Education, Government of India. Guest of Honor, Dr. Umesh Bankar Sir, President Bankar Consultancy Services USA. Along with eminent speakers, Dr. B.K. Sahu Sir, Regional Manager, IPR and TOT, NRDC, Government of India. Professor Anand Paradkar Sir, Director, Center for Pharmaceutical Engineering Science, University of Bradford, UK. And Dr. Hemant Dande Sir, President and Chief Operating Officer, Raptacos Bread and Company, Mumbai, for the inaugural session of one-day international e-Symposium and panel discussion on understanding IP for scientists and scholars, jointly organized by Bharati Vidyapeeth Deemed University, Poona College of Pharmacy, and Sinhgad Technical Education Societies, Sinhgad College of Pharmacy, Pune, on the occasion of National Pharmacy Week 2020. We have received a huge response for this e-Symposium with more than 900 registrations from India and abroad countries like Canada, UK, and USA. 45% of total registrations include faculty members from different institutes and universities like NIPER, MS University Baroda, ICMR Nari, that is National AIDS Research Institute, BITS Ranchi, ICT Mumbai, etc. 10% of total registrations are from industries like MQ Pharmaceuticals Pune, Pharma Focus Pune, Cyformix Pune, Alembic Pharmaceuticals Mumbai. The remaining registrations are of students from different institutes who are very keen to know the field of intellectual property. I now request Dr. K.N. Gujar Sir, Principal, Sinhgad College of Pharmacy, Pune, to brief the preamble of this e-Symposium.
Welcome. I, Dr. K.N. Gujar, Principal, Sinhgad College of Pharmacy, takes the pride to welcome the dignitaries on the e-dais, scholars, scientists, teachers, and students connected with this e-platform for the symposium and the panel discussion on the theme Understanding the IP for Scientists and the Scholar. It's very auspicious day for Poona College of Pharmacy and Sinhgad College of Pharmacy, as the galaxy of the stalwarts will be sharing their views on the theme. Among the eminent, inspiring speakers we have today Dr. Abhay Jere, Chief Innovation Officer, Ministry of Education, Government of India. Dr. Jere is really a campaigner of innovation for all the AICT institutes. The hackathon, drug discovery, and so many initiatives taken. I welcome Dr. Jere sir on this e-platform. The symposium has a guest of honor, Dr. Umesh Bankar, an eminent scientist globally acknowledged as IP authority, author of several books from a very prestigious house of publication like Marshall Decker, Taylor Francis, and so on. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome Dr. Umesh Banakar on this occasion. We have with us Honorable Dr. B.K. Sahu, heading the NRDC, Government of India. Dr. Sahu is known as the fountainhead of the innovative ideas. Those innovative ideas really inspire the young minds to be creative and innovative. So I welcome Dr. B.K. Sahu. Further, we have a very enthusiastic, young, dynamic Professor Dr. A.R. Paradkar, Director presently associated with Bradford University, UK. We are fortunate to have Dr. Hemant Dande, President CEO Raptacos Bread, as a chief panelist. Dr. Hemant has used the innovation as a very powerful tool for the growth of pharma and the nutra industrial sectors. This symposium has got a very well set objectives to provide the correct insight about the IP and develop the willingness to be creative, to be innovative. Also to understand the role of IP in the career management and the career development. It would really help to form and develop the culture and ecosystem in the various research institutes. I am very sure that this particular symposium is uh, going to be a long way, and probably it will remove the mental block associated with the academics and academician, and it will put them on the innovative track, because our Indian society is a ocean of ideas, is a ocean of the traditional knowledge, but those have never been exploited or explored for the commercial purposes, and that's the mental block, and that mental block would probably will be removed through such deliberation. We have very good academics, but we have to go little beyond the academics and prove our excellence, because it has been proved time and again that we have to lead the economy through the knowledge. It's the knowledge driven economy, and that's why probably this particular symposium and panelists will put you on the fast track to the students, scientists, and scholars to be very creative and innovative and use all the facilities available at different platforms, maybe at university, at AICT, and several initiatives taken by the government of India. But there are no takers. That's why this particular campaign, this particular propagation of the ideas regarding the patents, IP is very necessary. So I think this symposium will be very fruitful, and I will not take much time, and I would request Honorable Speaker Dr. Jere to get and put his ideas. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Atmaram Pawar, sir, in charge principal, Poona College of Pharmacy, Pune, to brief us about both the organizing institutes and IPA.
So good morning. So it is a pleasure to introduce our the institutes. So on behalf of Bharati Vidyapit deemed to be university, and Sinhgad Institutes, Poona College of Pharmacy, I welcome you all for this international symposium, which is a blend of governance, academics, and industry. So Poona College of Pharmacy, which is established on 4th July 1981, the presently it is ranked nationally at 22nd. We are the part of Bharati Vidyapit deemed to be university, which is thrice accredited by NAC, and we are the member of our parent body, Bharati Vidyapit, which was established by Honorable Dr. Patangrauji Kadam on 10th May 1964, and having more than 180 institutes. So we at Poona College of Pharmacy have the very good blend of research and academics, which is reflected in terms of our NRI ranking, NAC accreditations. So 3 times this institute is accredited by NAC and NBA with the highest grade, and also it is ISO certified institute. So Poona College of Pharmacy have a very long standing in India in this region from 1981 and have all the major recognitions from UGC, from AICTE. Also from AICTE, we have the QIP Center, IAPC Center, then EDC Cell, and also IIC Cell, which is doing excellent. So have a next units like a food testing laboratory and public testing laboratory, which is approved by FDA, have the strong, powerful battery of our faculty members. All are the research oriented, as well as the biggest faculty for undergraduate as well as postgraduate. And for pharmacy also, we are having the 1,000+ bed hospital in Pune. So our area of research is formulation development, mainly nanotechnology, then drug synthesis, mainly computer-aided drug delivery systems. In a pharmacological testing, we have the wide range of testing, including toxicity testing, and also in the biotechnology and pharmacy practice. So we have the very strong laboratories like instrumentation with the GCMSMS, LCMSMS, like the capacity we are having, which is required for a high-end the research. So total grants received by the college number is more than 200, and the research grants are about 20 crores are received. And through that, we published more than 1,000 international papers, about 250 national papers, and applied 53 patents, and our PhD holders from this institute are 156. So we have the very big list of our collaborators, which are industry collaborators, which are the academics collaborators from the India and outside. So this Poona College of Pharmacy today, by hands of Professor Umesh Bankar, going to inaugurate this new component under the IIC, that is the Skill, Knowledge, Incubation, Innovation, Learning, Development Center in the evening. So I'm very happy to introduce the associate member, that is Sinhgad College of Pharmacy. So the college is also growing at a fast rate, so which is established by Honorable Dr. Professor M.N. Navle sir, and having 12 campuses, and the student is more than the 9,000. So this institute is also working nicely. This institute have the 4 pharmacy institutes, that Sinhgad College, 4 pharmacy colleges are there, which all are NAC accredited, as well as they are recognized institutes in Pune, which are accredited by AICTE PCE, and they are also have the holistic approach for the academics, including the creativity, including publications, socio-economical developments, and industry institute partnership sales. So this college have the NRI ranking, also IIC ranking, then Atal ranking. Under the entrepreneurship development, they have the sale, IIC sale, and they are also doing the very good research in the nanotechnology, and have a MO with the number of the industry and academic institutes. So they are having the very good setup for the students under the student council, where the sports, cultural, and journal club activity, yoga activities. So number of these attitude, knowledge, and integration activities are conducted at Sinhgad Institute. So as I said, there is a strong base of industry connect, the alumni connect, the placement and training in this institute for overall development of the students. So these are the different activities where the Sinhgad College is a dominant and playing a role and creating his image in a Pune and at national level. So we are celebrating here National Pharmacy Week, and the Pune IPA is also one of the strong IPA branch. We are having the very good celebration of the NPW National Pharmacy Week. In addition to that, we have the Lifetime Achievement Award yearly we give, and for a society also we are working in different terms. So our big team of IPASF students are working in Pune nicely, and this symposium is a part of National Pharmacy Week 2020. Thank you for attending and your presence here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we'll begin with our sessions. So I request session chairman, Dr. M.J. Patil, sir, president of IPA Pune branch and principal of Marathwada Mitra Mandal College of Pharmacy, Pune, to introduce our chief guest, Honorable Dr. Abhay Jere, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
Ha, sir.
Hello.
Audible. Yeah.
Good morning, one and all. It's my chief guest for today's one-day international e-Symposium, Understanding IP for Scientists. 2018, Dr. Abhay Jere sir is the Chief Innovation Officer for Ministry of Education, Government of India. Before joining the ministry, Dr. Abhay sir worked as a Chief Scientist, Life Sciences and R&D Limited. He is also the brain and driving force behind the annual initiative, Smart India Hackathon, which has now evolved as world's biggest hackathon and largest open innovation model. His efforts have established hackathon culture in India. Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji has personally applauded his initiatives, and last year even proposed India-Singapore joint hackathon, which was even executed by Dr. Abhay Jere sir. Dr. Abhay is instrumental in conceptualizing first of its kind Atal Innovation Ranking Framework for ranking all education institutions in India on their innovation achievements. To guide education institutions for establishing innovation ecosystem, Dr. Abhay Jere sir conceptualized institution innovation councils, currently in more institutions and startup policy for faculty and students in 2019 to help enable students and faculty of higher education institutions to work on their innovation, startup and enterprise. Dr. Abhay Jere sir is committed to popularize need of innovation and entrepreneurship amongst Indians. Hence, he routinely writes columns in renowned English and vernacular newspapers and magazines. He has also conceptualized India's first leadership talk series, which has a great viewership. Recently, Dr. Abhay sir has conceptualized training program to convert 6,000 college faculty from across India into innovation ambassadors. Dr. Abhay sir is also a very active scientist in field of biology and bioinformatics, having worked in US, Japan, Europe. He is the main brain behind Human Atlas Initiative, that is MANO, and currently its national coordinator. He has worked in cutting-edge areas such as vaccines, personalized medicine, and personalized genomics. As principal investigator, Dr. Abhay Jere sir has received multiple research grants from prestigious government funding agencies like CSIR, DBT, etc. Dr. Abhay sir has published more than 20 research papers in very prestigious international journals and contributed to multiple book chapters and PhD thesis. Dr. Abhay sir has completed his PhD from National AIDS Research Center, Research Institute, that is NARI, from Pune. And he has received multiple awards like Digital Thought Leadership Award by World Assessment Council, Boston, USA, Distinguished Alumni Award by ICT Mumbai, and Dr. Shama Prasad Mukherjee Award. With this brief introduction, I request Dr. Abhay sir to start with his keynote address. Over to Dr. Abhay Jere sir.
Thank you, Patil sir. I hope I am audible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honorable Bankar sir, Dr. Padadkar sir, Dr. Sahu, Dr. Dande, Dr. Pawar, Dr. Guzar, Dr. Pokharkar, Dr. Rao, my dear friends. I really would like to congratulate Pune College of Pharmacy, Bharati Vidyapit Group, Sinhgad Pharmacy College, and IPA for organizing this one-day symposium for promoting IP filing, IP literacy within our pharmacy institutions. I hope in next few minutes, I will able to convey what we wish to achieve as the country. I hope I am audible. Sorry, I am down with COVID. So if I have to take a break for a minute or so, because it's pretty exhausting, I will take. But I hope I will able to avoid that. The reason I accepted this invitation in spite of such problem was because I have a very special place in my heart for Pune College of Pharmacy. And when Paradkar sir is there, I thought I should not lose this opportunity. And the primary reason for this special place is that Pune College has helped me enormously when I was just a student. I did my pharmacy from Maharashtra College of Pharmacy, Nilanga, B.Pharm. And at that time, in 1995-96, Pune College was one of the best college. And when I was preparing for GATE, I used to visit Dr. Paradkar a lot, Mahadik sir a lot. And they told me that, Abhay, you are from Pune. This college is available for you. You can use our facilities, you can use our library whenever you want. And that actually helped me crack my GATE. So I'm really indebted to Pune College of Pharmacy for taking care of a very small student who has nothing to do with their college. And I think this talks about the culture in that college, the dedication. And Paradkar sir, I used to spend some time, he has explained me some of the concepts because he was a teacher at pharmacy college there and that time I was student. So it's impossible for me to not join this program and take this opportunity to share my thoughts with you all. As another most heartening thing, which I believe, which you people have done today, is that you have collaborated. This is not just a Bharati Vidyapit initiative, but you have Sinhgad College, you have Marathwada College with you, and you have tried to form a consortia with IPA. And this is extremely critical because we as Indians are working in silos. We don't talk to each other. Within the institute, we don't talk to each other. Forget about collaborating beyond institutions. So I'm really happy that you people have joined hands. And I just hope that this collaboration is not confined to just today's program, but you join hands and work together also collaboratively on research projects, because the impact which we can create by joining hands will be phenomenal as compared to what we can work in silos, because we have large number of youngsters in this country. I always say this, that at any given time point in India, we have 80 lakh students who are doing technology across 10,000 plus colleges. 80 lakh students. It involves engineering, it involves pharmacy, it involves management, it involves architecture. I'm just talking about technical students. I'm not talking about non-technical students. If we take all the students together in a who are enrolled in higher education institutes, then we have about 3.5 crores. But just if we focus only on our technical institutions, then, as I said, we have 80 lakh. And every student is expected to do a 6 months project in their 3 years or 4 years of their academic, minimum 6 months, they end up spending on a project. So if you do back of the envelope calculation, the amount of energy which gets invested is somewhere between 5 to 10 lakh person years per year. It's time required for human evolution. I say this at all the meetings. It's a time required for human evolution, 5 to 10 lakh person years. And that kind of energy gets invested every year in India by our technical students. And what happens? It all goes down the drain because we don't collaborate. We end up doing copy pasting. We are masters at Control C, Control V. Or we end up working on problems or projects which are of least importance to this country. So we are at a very unique position. On one side in this country, we have millions of problems which need to be solved. On the other side, we have millions of students who could be capable or whom we want to be capable, but we are not trying to get them on a single platform. As a result of this, what happens? The employability of our students goes down significantly. If you look at various studies which we have done or published, the employability of our students is anywhere between 25%, 30%, 35%, max 40%. It means 60% of our technical students are not employable. And the primary reason, again, is that they don't work on relevant problems. They don't have ability of solving problems. You all are professors, teachers, and you must be certainly aware about Bloom's taxonomy. If you are not aware, you should look into it. And it talks about our different thinking skills or order of thinking skills. So it's a pyramid. The lowest section or the lowest strata is understanding, or it's just remembering. Then on top of it is understanding, analyze, evaluate, and create, So usually what happens is that in our education system, due to our swallow and vomit kind of an education system, we get confined to the lower two stratas of this Bloom's taxonomy. That is remembering and understanding. But we don't know how to apply, how to analyze, how to evaluate, how to create. These are higher order thinking skills. Create is the topmost layer. So it starts from remembering and it goes all the way up to create. But due to our current education system, which has been there not only just school level, but even at higher education level, we end up getting confined to what we can say remembering, that is popat panchi, you just swallow and vomit, or to some extent understand, but we don't know how to apply and where to apply. As a result of this, our problem solving skills, our design thinking skills are pretty terrible. We recently did a study, recently means about a year back, where we compared our engineers, Indian engineers, with engineers from China and Russia. We compared 5,000 engineers. And when we looked at the data, and that study was done for us by Stanford University. When we looked at the data, what we found was that our students are great when it comes to knowing concepts. But when it comes to problem solving skills, they are far below par as compared to Russian engineers and Chinese engineers. Their design thinking skills are pretty bad. Means how to identify a problem, how to visualize a solution, and how to actually move on that part to create that solution. We are really terrible at that. And as a result of which, we need to actually get in large number of good problem solving skills into our system. And the new education policy, which also I'm working with, is trying to work in that direction. We want students, we want faculties to work on new ideas, to solve problems. And if we can end up solving problems, we will end up creating more and more IP. Because if we want to evolve as a $5 trillion economy, which we all are dreaming of, okay, unfortunately, due to this COVID crisis, there is contraction. But this is a momentary contraction. This is a short-term contraction, maybe for a year or so more. But our goal, when we talk within the government, Prime Minister reiterates multiple times that our goal of $5 trillion economy is unchanged. So if we have to evolve as a $5 trillion economy, then we have to evolve as knowledge-based society and knowledge-based economy. And if you have to evolve as knowledge-based society or knowledge-based economy, then we need to create more and more ideas which are not only relevant for India, but which are also relevant for the world. We have to come up with disruptive ideas. Few days back, I was talking on some other platform, and there we were talking completely different. We were talking about nationalism, we were talking about patriotism, and so on and so forth. Very different panel I was setting. But at that panel, I said that if we are dreaming for this $5 trillion economy, then we have to create IP. So for me, the definition of nationalism and patriotism is now that a person who creates more and more IP for this country is more nationalistic for me. It's more patriotic for me. Because if we create IP, then only we can get into wealth creation for this country. But what is the current status? If you really look at sheer numbers about IP creation, then China files maximum number of IPs in the world. If you look at last year's data, China end up filing on annual basis about 15 lakh patents. Just patent filing. I'm not talking about just IP. I'm talking only about patent. 15 lakh patents China ends up filing on an annual basis. If you look at US data, about 6.5 lakh, 7 lakh patents get filed every year. Vis-a-vis, what is the status in India? We end up filing only 45,000 to 50,000 on an annual basis. And out of that, 65% are filed by NRIs. So our actual filing from India is only few thousand. All our IITs, all our IICs, NITs, pharma colleges, we have 10,000 plus institutions. And together, we end up filing only 2,000 IPs or patents. Not just IP, I'm talking about patents, 2,000 patents about on an annual basis. And majority of these patents are from IITs, NITs. 80 to 85% of our institutions have never filed IP ever in their history. This needs to change. It's not that we have dumb people here and ideas come to only Chinese or people in US or Israel or Europe. We also have good people. We also get ideas. But unfortunately, our institutions lack the ecosystem which is required to take an idea logically forward. And we need to build that ecosystem. So when I put this data to our educational minister, Sri Ramesh Pokhriyalji, he was amazed, he was zapped. He said, we are talking about competing with China on each and every forum. And see, they are filing 15 lakh, we are filing 50,000. This needs to change. We need to do something about it. And hence we recently launched for a program on IP literacy, what we are calling Kalam program on IP literacy and awareness. The program is called Kapila. And the only objective behind this program is to reach out to institutes, as many institutes as possible, and tell them that let's create an ecosystem to logically take ideas forward. Let's create an ecosystem for registering, for owning our IPs. Let's create an ecosystem to identify new ideas. Because if we don't do that, then the same idea is going to come from West and we are going to go gung-ho about it. We are talking about startups. And now India has about 33,000 startups. But if you really critically look into those startups, the kind of startups, majority startups are in e-commerce or logistics. Very few startups are in deep science technologies or deep techs. This needs to change. We are the third largest startup nation, and we should be proud of that. Undoubtedly, we should be proud of that. But do we want to create just e-commerce or logistics startups? Or do we want to create deep tech startups which has real global relevance. And we want to move in that direction. At PSA level or Niti Aayog level, we talk a lot about this. And we want to ensure that we have right policies which will encourage these deep tech startups. But for these deep tech startups to happen, we really require great IPs. And these great IPs are only going to come from our educational institutions. So we need to create thousands of islands of these innovation or IP creators, which will compete with each other and help us build that culture or help us build that battery of IPs, which will eventually help us create wealth. Because now we have ecosystem to take a startup based on a great idea forward. We have more than 450 incubators in this country. But if you really look at these incubators critically, you can see, or you can find that, you will find that about 70% of these incubators are 70% empty. It means that the infrastructure is there, but it is getting underutilized because the pipeline of ideas is not there. There is enough money out there also. Large number of people complain that there is no money. But I will tell you, if you really look at your story analysis or your story report, which they published about 4-5 months back, they did the analysis. And what they have shown is that just in 9 months, from January 1st, 2019 to September 30th, 2019, in a period of 9 months, Indian startups raised more than $7.4 billion. It means 50,000 crore rupees from international market. So money is there. So if you have right idea, if you have a right kind of a startup, if you have a right team and a right approach, money is there, funding is there. What we really need to focus as an educational institute is on creating more and more IP. And that can be only done if we are focusing on solving problems. Problems for the world, problems around us, because then only we will be able to really create the IP which we are trying to create right now. I hope that this symposium which you are organizing will help create this awareness, and you will be able to build an ecosystem within your institutions. Because, and if there are any questions, I can certainly take those questions. Because monologue over a VC becomes sometimes extremely boring. So I have decided nowadays to confine my talk to maybe 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 25 minutes, and then get into an interaction where we can take some questions and I can address some of them. So thanks once again for inviting me here, giving me this opportunity, and allowing me to share my thoughts with the esteemed panelists here. And I wish this one-day seminar a great success. And as I said, let's work together in creating this culture of innovation and entrepreneurship within country. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So I interrupt here. So I'm very happy. We are very happy to see the growth and development of Abhay Jere, sir, who was a student visiting Pune Pharmacy, and now as a leader at national level and driving India in a right direction. So we are very, very happy for that. And second happiness, that is we are having many faculty members which are listed by Stanford under 2%, the scientist, the
Yeah, I know. Dr.
Dr.
Pokarkar's
Paradkar sir
name I
is
saw.
here, Dr. Varsha Pokarkar, Dr.
Yeah.
Bodhankar from Pune Pharmacy, and one Khandari also. There's another thing. And get well soon fast. Thank you.
Yeah.
MJ. Any questions, MJ Patel?
I have one question, sir. Can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So there is a very big mental block in the minds of the guides, that is teacher and the students, that we should have the better publication. And then that's why the IP things, I think it remains on the side track. Then how to overcome this problem?
Very good question. Very, very good question. So basically, when I was talking, so when I became Chief Innovation Officer, I was actually identifying which are the potential areas where we really require intervention. And I talked to about 50 vice chancellors or so, and I was trying to seek their inputs on what needs to be done and what should be done. And as you rightly said, majority of the people said that we would like to focus, or our faculty would like to focus on publications. And the primary reason for that is because they get credits in their CVs, and it helps them move forward in their career. When IP is there, that IP is not useful beyond a point that it's just a one line in their CV. But if we can promote faculty and students to actually move forward on that IP and get into commercialization of that IP through their own startups, then yes, certainly it is more lucrative and attractive for a faculty. Unfortunately, what has happened in this country is that within academicians, we have created a culture that they should only pursue Saraswati and not Lakshmi. Now we believe that faculty is the best person to pursue Lakshmi and Saraswati simultaneously. We just have to remove that mental block.
Correct.
And we should promote faculty to convert or to how to converge Lakshmi and Saraswati. Because if we cannot do that, then large number of great ideas are really not going to move logically forward. And for that, we actually got a policy which is called as National Innovation and Startup Policy for Faculty and Students. It was a very specific policy which was aimed towards faculty and students. Because what happened was that when we spoke to some, as I said, some vice chancellors, some faculties, some deans, they said, sir, if we have a publication, there is a motivation for us because it gets counted in our promotion. But if we have a startup, or if we want to do a startup, then nobody cares about it. As an institution, nobody cares about it. On top of it, it is sometimes discouraging to have a startup due to policies of our educational institutes. So when I asked them, means what? How you think it's discouraging? They said, sir, the revenue sharing model of our institution is sometimes institute ask for 50% revenue share, 60% revenue share. अगर 50-60% इंस्टीट्यूट निकाल लेगा, 30% इनकम टैक्स निकाल लेगा, तो बचता क्या है फिर? So why that faculty will go through that all magajmari? So we said this needs to change. Then IP sharing. Anything which comes from institute says that IP belongs to us. I will tell you a story from an IIT. A student was working from his hostel and he started his venture. He used to work in the evening. He created his own platform and he started a small venture. When director of that institute came to know about this venture, he called that student and said, "Boss, we would like to know how much money you have made." And he gave them some numbers, few thousands he had made at that time. Just institute director said, "Where is institute share in this?" He said, "Why institute share? I have not used any institute facility." Director said, "No. The IP of your business belongs to the institute because you have used hostel's internet. And because hostel's internet is institutional facility, IP of your business belongs to the institute." This is ridiculous. So we said this needs to change. And that's the reason we came up with this policy where institute cannot ask more than 20% revenue share. IP of the product will be primarily owned by inventor. If it has to share with institute, then the equity sharing, which will happen if a startup is there, can be only as high as 9.5%. So institute cannot ask for more than 9.75%. And that too, 9.75% if institute is actually investing into this startup, means actually putting funds into the startups. So we have bought this. I think about 400 plus institutes now have adopted this policy or in process of adopting this policy. And I hope that this will create a huge change and our faculty members will be more keen on starting their startups along with their students. I hope I have answered your question. It's a long answer which I gave.
Yeah. Then last month there was a symposium.
Yes, yes.
And in that, Dr. Apurva Palkar proposed that the institute can set up a company under Section 8, that is no loss, no profit, and then accordingly the tax benefit can also be given to the researcher. So that was also a good solution, I think.
Yes, that is one of the recommendations which we have made in our policy. Not only that, we have said that at least minimum 1% of institute budget should be allocated for promoting startup and innovation related activities. You know, we have started with 1% recommendation. Let's see how it goes forward. Yeah, Pokharkar, madam, you had a question.
Yeah, Dr. Abhay, first of all, thank you very much for those very thought-provoking inputs on IP creation. As you rightly pointed, that creation of the ecosystem is extremely important, to support all these kind of activities. And what you have also pointed out that it is majorly coming from the engineering fields, So obviously, we being from the pharma field, remaining in the core pharma and coming out with the IP and rather the startups related to core pharma is a bit difficult because it is highly resource intensive in terms of economic resources as well as financial as well as manpower resources. So in that direction, many of the students, they have great ideas. We have IP also at the institutional level. But to take it further, we are not having much support in that direction, and therefore I would request you to give some direction to all the young researchers and all the delegates here that how do we take this further, because then most of us deviate from core pharma and we go into allied pharma kind of, So, but our strength or knowledge base is essentially in the pharma, and that is the reason that we see very little coming out from the core pharma. So could you just give some direction on this?
Yeah, there is some truth in what you certainly say, and because I am from pharma background, but I really don't see any of our pharmacy colleges going out of their comfort zone and actually trying to solve allied problems. Example I will give you. Now we are going through this COVID crisis, right? Why a first RT-PCR test, low-cost RT-PCR test came from IIT Kanpur? Why none of the pharmacy colleges could develop that test? Whether a technical institute like IIT is more capable of designing an RT-PCR test, or a pharma college is more capable in a sense of designing an RT-PCR test. But we got our first test from IIT Kanpur and neither from NIPERS or any of the pharmacy colleges. What stops us working on these kind of projects? There is a huge opportunity in diagnostics, which our pharmacy colleges are not exploring. Yes, formulation development when it comes to pharmaceutics, because you are a pharmaceutics professor, formulation development, there's a huge opportunity while working with Ayurvedic formulations or or traditional formulations. But are we really doing our best in that direction? That's the question we really need to ask. And what I believe is that moving forward, the real cutting edge development is going to happen at interfaces of various disciplines. So we need to move out of our comfort zone, and we really need to try on what best could be done. So for example, if you really look at Mishkin Ingavle's now, what is this high tech? He got Anjani Mashilkar's award. They designed a dipstick kind of a urine analysis test. So you dip a stick into your urine and you get about 20 parameters, urine related parameters, just by colorimetry, right? And that strip costs us about 8 rupees, 9 rupees. So you dip a stick, you put it, you take a photograph, and your app gives you all the readings. Or now I think that non-invasive hemoglobin measuring device, based on spectrophotometry. It has, I think, failed now in a clinical trial. But are we really coming up with such kind of ideas? We are not, unfortunately. So we also need to move beyond our comfort zone and work in allied areas. Because now the research is going to, or innovation is going to happen at the interface of multiple disciplines. So you need to talk to engineers a lot. You need to talk to the Ayurvedic people a lot. You need to talk to doctor a lot. You need to talk to surgeon a lot. So if we are not going to do that, then it's going to be very, very difficult. I will tell you, currently I am doing drug discovery hackathon for COVID. I don't know whether you are aware of that. After PSA launching and everything, how many applications we got? About not even 1,000. We have 2,000 pharmacy colleges in this country. And not even 1,000 people have not even attempted, So the problem is not with money. Problem is not with the ecosystem. Problem is with the mindset. Are we really ready to go out of our comfort zone and try something which is very, very unique, which is very, very bold in a sense. I will tell you one example which has happened to me. I know I am extending this answer, but the problem with this country is that our faculties are not really ready to think big. And if we are ready to think big without being afraid of failure, then money is there. And I will give you my own example. When we started doing this Smart India Hackathon, I suddenly got into creating this model where we have to work with few thousand institutions, few lakh students, and so on and so forth. But because I'm from pharmacy, biology, life sciences background, I was always thinking about that what I should do, which will help my biology students, my pharmacy students, my life sciences students. And we conceptualized this project Manav, where we are saying that with help of students, we will read this 55 lakh, 60 lakh papers which are published till date on human biology, try to extract an information and create a virtual model or atlas of human body. Okay. So we conceptualized this human atlas initiative. Believe me, ma'am, I just sent this concept on SMS to Dr. Vijay Raghavan. No formal proposal, just an SMS that I would like to do this. And it was a 2 SMS kind of a 8 lines, 7, 8 lines kind of a message. Within 3 days, I got a call from him. And at that time, I was a normal researcher at Persistent Systems. I was not with Government of India. I got a call from his office saying that, why don't you come to Delhi? Let's have a discussion. And that project got funded. So DBT has put in about 12, 13 crores. Persistent has put about 7, 8 crores. About it's a 20 crore project which has got funded. So SMS was the initiation. Now, people end up blaming that they are sending proposals. Nobody looks at the proposals. Many of people get favored. These kind of allegations are made. But please look at what kind of ideas you are promoting or projecting or putting in those proposals. Are those really game changers? And people are not trying to think big because they are afraid of failures. We need to move beyond. I hope I have answered your question to at least some extent.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abhay. Thanks for that.
Sir, 1 or 2 small questions have been received from the audience also. Sir, the first question is it IP generation or it is the conversion of it to commercial product more important, which is lacking in India?
Very true. Both are equally important. If you are generating an IP just for the sake of your improving your CV, that large number of people are already doing, but it doesn't make any sense. The wealth creation happens when you commercialize that IP. And once you get into that league, that where you know that you can commercialize that IP, your career will completely take a different trajectory. And there are very good examples in our Indian institutions like Ashok Jhunjhunwala, who has now started a big research park. It's an incubator at IIT Madras. The kind of commercialization, the kind of revenue generation they are doing is phenomenal. ICT is one of the best examples, where they try to commercialize IP as much as possible. So we certainly should get into commercialization. That mindset is not there. Creating that mindset is going to be very important. And we know that it's not going to be a very easy process. It's going to take time, because this mindset of 70 years now we have to change. We cannot do it in 6 months or a year or 2 years. It's going to take time. But we have to work on that direction. We have to follow that track, and eventually that will happen.
I think Umesh sir want to ask something to you.
Yeah, I just want to point out one very simple, and I want your thoughts on this. Google files, Apple files 5,000 applications, and they get patents for that. None of them are commercialized. So I don't think a message has to come through here saying that IP is not valuable unless you commercialize it. That is not the message that I think should go out from this symposium, okay? Because IP generation has a value, and incremental IP has even more value than
Absolutely.
just commercializing it. So do not get into that track that, well, IP only that is commercialized and will make billions is the IP that we have to generate. That is not, that would be a wrong message. And the second important consideration is the understanding of IP is grassroots, is lacking, and not the thought process further. Okay? Because you have already said that the thought processes are there. Now, the only question is how those thought processes have to be interpreted in terms of how IP is along with it. That's where that jump has to happen, or the switch over of the fence has to happen. And that is not being addressed in our national policy, neither by the government, institutions of the government. You brought out one point that, well, why didn't we get more RT-PCR tests or diagnostics developed in pharmacy institutions? The same thing you can turn around and say that, well, IIT Kanpur did it, but why not ICMR? Why not CSIR institutions? So we cannot single out. Now, if I'm working in my pharmaceutics or pharmaceutical analysis, should not be working in diagnostics only because IP has to be there in diagnostics. Yes, identifying areas is one thing. Identifying disciplines is another thing. Very important point you have made is interdisciplinary is required, and that will create the mindset for that. That will create the cultural set. What we are trying to pin down is we are pinning down what we are doing is wrong, what we are doing is limited. We are beating ourselves, and we cannot win unless we are winners. We have to be, the best winners come from where the winners are already there. So we have to build first. We cannot say, well, we have all this intellectual body here. We have intellectual capacity. We have great Vishnu Gurus. But in the same breath, we are saying that we are not getting commercializing it, and we are not converting our so-called intellectual things that we have generated and getting the best of it. What message it is sending? This message it is sending is, well, only create work that is money-making. That is correct. That is not, but the entire thing. You cannot get an iPhone without having the chips in it. Yeah, I need IP for the chips. Those IP for the chips will not make money. The iPhone will make money. Okay, so the 16,000 patents that Apple has, every single patent is not commercial. Okay, but yes, those 16 ones which are in court for various infringement or validity situations are the ones that have been built up on other IPs. Corning has over 15,000 IPs, patents. Are all of them commercialized? No. ARM technologies, they only do IPs. Is every single one of them, they have 7,000 patents. 7,000 patents, one individual small unit in UK.
I agree with you on some of the aspects.
No, hold on one second. The message should not be that generate IP only where it will be commercialized and make billions and billions, because money is one thing that is required, yes. $5 trillion dollar target is not only built on IPs. Okay. Pharmaceutical IPs we have generated. We have patents. Getting patents on pharmaceuticals is happening. I am expert witness for over 60 patent cases, of which more than 50% are from India, brought to court in US. Okay, so we are talking about ecosystem is fine. We are talking about what is required is fine. Thinking out of the box is required. That is also essential. Interdisciplinary approaches are essential. But sending a message that, well, create IP which will only create money, that is where I have a little bit
No, I think you
difficulty.
completely misconstrued me. You completely misconstrued me. I have never said anywhere that only create IP which has commercial potential. I said that we already are working on IPs which are certainly there, but the commercialization piece is missing. So we are not moving aggressively forward on commercializing the potential IPs. So even before addressing the question, I said both the aspects are extremely critical. That generating an IP is also important, and exploring the possibility of commercializing those IP is equally important. So I said that we need to focus on both. Right. One. Second thing is that let's not compare ourselves with Apple or Google, because the problem where they have 1,500 IPs or 5,000 IPs or 50,000 IPs and none of them get commercialized. Yes, the reason is because they want to use it as an infringement for safeguarding themselves. Because at the end of the day, just one or two IP in technologies is not going to be helpful, as you also know. So we need to have battery of IP or arrays of IP so that people will not actually bypass the IP by doing maneuvering. So you require a battery of IP. So why Apple or Google or many of these people have a huge number of IPs is because to ensure that the technology landscaping is in their favor. Okay, so that is not what I am talking about right now. What I am currently talking about is in our educational institutes, there is no culture of filing the IP. And in some of the institutes where filing happens, it only happens for an academic purpose. And there is no culture of actually taking those IPs forward. So we want to build that culture. And we also know that every IP is not commercializable. Every IP is not $1 billion IP. That we also know. So we are not trying to say anywhere as a government of India that each and every IP should get into commercialization. But what we are saying as government of India is that every good idea we should be able to convert into an IP. And I will stop there.
Sir, we'll take this debate into the panel discussion. We have kept this panel discussion for that also. And thank you very much for your presence as a chief guest for the inaugural function of this one-day e-Symposium.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
So it's okay if I drop out?
Cluster for the brainstorming and to colleges from the Pune and the Pune region hereafter in future will form such type of clusters.
Is it okay if I drop out?
One second, sir.
Okay.
And you have also signifies the importance of the IP as the best way of contribution to the economy and the nation. So I hope whatever expectations you have suggested will try to fulfill and complete by forming the cluster of the colleges in association also. And the Pune branch is very active in that. And lastly, I thank you very much for your presence and for your insight talk on behalf of the organizers such as Poona College of Pharmacy, Sinhgad College of Pharmacy, and the IPA Pune branch. Thank you very much, sir.
Really appreciate.
MJ Patil, sir. Now we move on to the next session. So the next session will be chaired by Dr. Varsha Pokharkar, madam, who is professor and head Department of Pharmaceutics, Poona College of Pharmacy, Pune. Just now, like Pawar sir mentioned, that she is among the top 2% scientists, the list which is released by Stanford University for 2019. Madam, over to you. I request you to introduce Dr. Umesh Bankar, sir.
Varsha, you are on mute. Unmute yourself.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Dr. Sharvil. Hello, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome all dignitaries, eminent speakers, delegates across the globe to the second session of today's International Symposium on Understanding IP for Scientists and Scholars. It is my honor to introduce the guest of honor and eminent speaker of this session, Dr. Umesh Bankar, a renowned scientist in the field of pharmaceutical sciences. Although Dr. Bankar needs no introduction, however, it is interesting to know about his journey as well as the professional and social contributions to the science and technology at large that he has made. Dr. Umesh Bankar is a professor of pharmaceutics and an independent consultant to pharmaceutical industry and academia worldwide, with extensive contribution in drug development and evaluation, both in vitro as well as clinical. During his academic career, he has served as Professor of Pharmaceutics, Director of Research, Chairperson of Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences, and Head and Dean of Graduate School at 3 different universities in the US. He is on the International Scientific Advisory Board of several pharmaceutical corporations worldwide. Of date, he has successfully completed several pharmaceutical product development technology transfer through education assignments sponsored by the United Nations and the International Executive Service Corps and other pharmaceutical corporations worldwide. Additionally, he has planned and executed the development, both in vitro and clinical, of several NDAs, including 505(b)(2) and ANDAs for both IR and MR products. Furthermore, he has served as a testifying and non-testifying expert in over 60 patent litigations in the disciplines of pharmaceutical formulations and technology, clinical investigations, and dissolution testing. He is the founding chairperson of 2 international CROs and has executed over 700 clinical trials, which include the phase 1 to 4, including the bioequivalence studies. He is the founder of Goa Center for Excellence in Intellectual Property, which is a non-profit, personally funded center to promote IP awareness nationwide. Additionally, he is the founding board member and principal scientific advisor of Society for Pharmaceutical Dissolution Science, the SPDS. He has authored over 100 publications, over 100 published abstracts and presentations, numerous specialized workshop manuals, several chapters and monographs, over 45 expert book reviews, and 5 guest editorials. The texts that he has authored include the pharmaceutical dissolution testing, drug development process, increasing efficiency and cost effectiveness, and also co-edited the very elaborate Nanobiomedicine, which is a 6-volume series, includes 91 chapters, and also the desk book of pharmaceutical dissolution, science and application, among others. He is a co-author of also the electronic textbook on basics of pharmacokinetics. I am sure all of us have referred to these books at some point of time. He is on the roster of experts with the WHO, United Nations Top 10, that is the Transfer of Knowledge through Expatriate Nationals Program, and the International Executive Service Corps. He is listed in the Who's Who in biotechnology, Who's Who among Asian Americans, and American men and women of science. He is the founder editor-in-chief on editorial boards of several scientific journals. He has received numerous awards for excellence in teaching, research, and scholarly activity, 2 Service to Country awards from the United Nations, and nomination for the Distinguished Fulbright Scholar Award for Teaching. So friends, reading this biography has totally inspired me, and I'm super excited to hear from him and the following interactions. I now request Dr. Banakar to take over the session and deliver his talk on intellectual property rights, a career in IP. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. Let me share my screen first. It is so nice to see all of you and also to be a part of this program. Share. How do I share the screen? That's you are sharing screen. New. Screen is here. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, there we go. There we go. Can everyone see the slide? Just give me a yes or
yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
yes, sir.
all right. So now we are in business. Thank you very much, Dr. Pawar, and everyone on the administrative council or the committee for putting this program together. I really appreciate it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to look at IP as such and what IP really means, not from the standpoint of law. Very, very quickly, we will realize that IP is not law and law is not IP. So we will take a look at that, and then we will look into what is the domain of IP and where do scientists or students who will become scientists can think about IP as a career. Before getting into that, let me share an actual experience. And this is not a fictional story, but it is an actual experience. A student from India came to Houston, Texas to do his PhD work after completing his B.Pharm. He did his PhD work on developing a sustained release technology by simple hot melt extrusion, a compression, direct compression formulation containing HPMC, which had an opiate in it. And that was basically his composition. And then he developed it into a tablet. The tablet was evaluated for dissolution, for bioavailability, did his IVIVC, got a degree, and that's it. He finished his program and went on to work. 5 years later, he got a FedEx envelope, actually came back to work in India. 5 years later, he got an envelope, FedEx, which had a copy of a patent which had his name as the named inventor, along with his professor. Then he said, wow, this is great. 2 years down the road, after that, he got another FedEx with a small envelope. And in an envelope, there was a note from his co-inventor, which is the professor, and a check for $50,000. And with a note saying that the product is on the market, and this is your first royalty check for the 6 months the product is on the market. Long story short, what we have in our hands that we develop or generate, that gave the opportunity to be evaluated for the property that could be protected or should be protected. So the work that was created was a worthwhile work, but the worthiness of that work was realized through a patent and then the commercialization of the patent. Okay. So this is the real story. And this is what we want to promote as part of our initiative, so to speak, or what we want our students to do, our faculty to do, our educational institutions to do across disciplines, within disciplines, across the nation. So that is the culture that we need to build up and then move forward. Okay. So let's start with what is IP. IP is basically creations of mind, which include inventions. Two categories of inventions that are important to us or relative to us are industrial property and copyright. 1967 World International Property Organization provided a list of subject matters to be protected through IP, and it has two identified items on their list, which says scientific works and scientific discoveries. So we fit straight into this. So whatever we are developing or whatever we are doing as our project work comes under that. It need not only be A type of project work or B type of project work or C type of project work, any scientific project work. Once we translate that work, we need to look for the rights, and the rights that are given to us exclusively are through what is known as a patent. So what is a patent? Patent is basically an official document granting the right or privilege to an inventor for a term of 20 years from the date of filing to use, make, sell his or her invention. That's where, if you look at developing a formulation, that is a product, or that is a project that translated into a product, and that product had some unique aspect or some novel aspect, or it met all the requirements for getting a patent. So this is a little bit, the first one is for omeprazole, $1.2 billion worthiness, so on and so forth. So we now see that, well, these specific patents started with simple work that was done in the lab, and then it went all the way to become a commercial success. 1 minute on what can be patented. We can patent a method, a machine, a article of manufacture, composition of matter, which is our chemicals, where we are very good at it, a new use indication for any of the above, design of an article of manufacture, certain plants we can patent, so on and so forth. By the same token, what we cannot patent is a mental process. We cannot just say that I'm thinking something and that is, there is something known as idea patent that is different than purely mental processes. Mathematical algorithms and mathematical processes or mathematical equations cannot be patented in India. Mathematical algorithms cannot be patented worldwide. There is a difference between an algorithm and an equation. Okay, so in India we cannot patent mathematical equations and neither algorithms. So we are, I don't know, more strict or what, but this is what the differences in approach by the patent offices in different countries. Scientific principles we cannot patent, arrangements of printed matter we cannot patent, naturally occurring things we cannot patent, human beings we cannot patent, solely used for weapons or mass destruction we cannot patent. So what exactly is IP then? Very simple. IP is what we create in our project is we create something that is worthwhile. because we have identified a problem and we have solved the problem. That is the worthwhile work we have done. Now that worthwhile work that we have done are our conclusions and so on and so forth that we have generated and determined or realized have to be evaluated against what is already known in that discipline, in similar type of work, and then determine the difference, which will give us the worthiness of our project results. Okay. I'll repeat it. What we have generated through our project is the measure of worthwhileness of our project, because we have identified a problem and solved it. The solution that we have created through this work, we have to evaluate to determine its worthiness. The difference between what is worthwhile and the worthiness is my invention, or that is IP. Okay. So every single project that is being conducted can be looked at, well, first of all, is it worthwhile? Of course it is, because it has met the criteria for master's or PhD or undergraduate, whatever. The next step is what is important, is evaluate its worthiness. And the difference between that will give you whether the work can be patented or is there an invention in that work. Okay. So that is the very simple way of looking at what IP is. Key question, what is the role of scientists in IPR? We did a quick snap survey. We asked simple questions as, what is the understanding of scientists about IP? And these were some of the responses. First response was, it is a lawyer's work domain, it is not us. IP means law. There are agencies who deal with it, but not, I'm working on a project, so that is not where I should be. Some of them were honest enough and said, I have no clue what IP is and project is. Another group said, or some people said that, well, it is administration responsibility. They should be responsible for determining whether there is IP in my work. Predominantly, it was law and lawyers stuff. That was what the response was. So primarily what we see is the most responses that we got were in the categories of, it is a lawyer stuff, IP is law, or IP is law. Let's break that ceiling. I mean, let's break that thought process and see who are the IP generators. Patent lawyers? No. Patent agents? No. Patent examiners? No. None of them are IP generators. Scientists are the IP generators. So they should know what is IP or what is the intellectual property that they have generated, and then they can proceed to protect those IP information or intellectual property that they have generated through IPR, getting a patent. Scientists and technologists do not know law, and lawyers have limited understanding of science and technologies. And that's where the juxtaposed dichotomy is. We are individuals who are creators of IP. These are lawyers are ensuring that the IP that is created gets the rights that it deserves. It doesn't say anything about commercialization. It doesn't say anything about technology transfer. It is those are the applied or allied things. The first key requirement is to generate IP. Even more grassroots is to identify IP and who is the best individual or individuals who can do that. That's what we will look at. So we will look at what is the domain of intellectual property rights, and then see where do things fit in. Just one example. In chronic pain, we need a medication which acts very rapidly to relieve the patient from pain and then also continue to work so that the pain relief continues over a period of time, day in and day out. So this company, what they did was, what they did was, they built a osmotic drug delivery system which was able to release the drug slowly and continuously for a certain period of time. You know, osmotic technology, I'm not going to go into that. And then, so they built this osmotic pump, and then they overcoated it with a active drug layer. So when this overcoated osmotic tablet was given to an individual or a patient, the outer coat gave immediate release for a pain relief, very rapid blood up, concentrations as well. And then following that, for about 6 to 8 hours, it kept on increasing the amount of drug coming in over 8 hours instead of having it steady as a standard SR or a CR preparation. So what they said was, we have an immediate release portion and an ascending release, which is increasing, not constant, not slowly decreasing, but an ascending release rate. And they got a patent on that. A method for treating the disease condition comprising administering a dosage form of the drug that provides a release of the drug at an ascending release rate over an extended period of time. So this is the claim that summarizes the entire project, which is worth protecting. Then it became a $5 billion product, which is Concerta actually here. So this is how IP is. Now, what is involved in IP, in gaining IP rights? 4 things are involved. Number 1 is data generation. We know that very well. Prosecution, taking that data that is generated and then translating it into subject matter, put it into a report or some kind of format which is required by various patent offices, and get it prosecuted through to the next level, which is get a patent out of it. And then everybody stops at that point. The last point, which is very important, is getting a patent is not enough here to protect it. So now if we take all these activities or what is involved in IP, who is involved in IP? Hierarchy, the size of the font is not by chance or some glitch in computer. It is hierarchy. Scientists are the most critical ones, largest font size. Patent agents, lawyers, patent offices, others, they play a very minor role. Unfortunately, what we feel is the patent agents and patent lawyers are the ones who give us IPR. No, they do not. Okay, scientists are the ones who should be the forefront. Very key slide here. What is the entire domain of IP? Identifying IP, acquiring IP, and protecting the invention. What we will do very quickly is we will run through these 3. This is the entire domain of IP. We'll answer one question. Who can best do this job? Because this is the skill that we need. And if an individual or we can identify who can best do the job, then we need these individuals. And that can become the basis of a career. Identifying IP. What are we looking for in identifying IP? We are looking for 3 things basically. Creation, which is what we do anyway. Novelty and innovation. And the third aspect is non-obviousness. Very simple. Novelty is something that has never been done before. Innovation is there is information available, but it has been modified for a purpose which has never been done before. That is innovation. We call it here as incremental innovation or stepwise innovation when we look at generics to be developed into something different. Okay, but novelty may be missing. So we need both novelty and innovation. And third, which is most important, we many times forget, and we don't get a patent or we lose a patent, right, is non-obviousness. A person of ordinary skill in the art, should be able to show conclusively that the novelty and innovative part of the IP that we are claiming is not obvious. Okay. One more time. A person of ordinary skill in the art should be able to prove conclusively that the novelty and innovativeness or innovation in the alleged IP that we are claiming should be not obvious. Then only we can get a patent out of our work. So novelty is first time ever. Innovation is modification of what is already known. And both are required to get a claim. So by and large, these are the various components that we need to be aware of, or we need to have an individual who will be able to address these in the first segment of IP generation or first domain of IP, identifying IP. Novelty, innovation, which is not inherent, not obvious, not anticipated, but enabled, not indefinite, and then the secondary considerations. Okay. We have to have appropriate ways and means and policies and laws and regulations which are that are able to determine this equally in all disciplines. Okay. Patentability is afterthought, basically meaning that, well, we never start a project saying that my objective is to create to generate a patent. Our research objectives are, we have our research plan, which has objectives, experimentation plan, results, and then we look at the outcome or conclusions. So translating research into invention, scientist perspective, what we need is expected outcome versus surprising results. Now here we need to spend time, which I'm not going to, but primarily what we heard before, as well as I'm reiterating a little bit here, we need to translate our research work into whether my research work is an invention. And an invention requires two things: novelty, innovation, and they should not be obvious to a person of ordinary skill in the art. Then we have a chance of saying that we can get a claim. So just to give you an idea how this process goes, our research project has all of this. We know that from our research that we do: objective, plan of work, design of experiments, conduct the experiments, collection of data, blah, 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 and we come up with conclusions, okay, which are also known as outcomes. What is in a patent? If you look at a patent, it also has an abstract, but it says background of the invention, purpose of the invention, summary of the invention, detailed description of the invention. What was the project? Here, background of the project, purpose of the project, summary of the project has become an invention. So there is a lot of similarity. So reading a patent is literally looking into a research notebook of that inventor. Okay. I challenge all of your students when they complete their projects along with their faculty to ask these 4 questions when they complete their project. Are these results expected? Are these results inherent? are these results obvious? Are these results anticipated? And for every single question, the answer should be no. If that is the case, then you have IP with you. Now, the question is, what is expectation? What is inerrancy? What is obviousness? What is anticipation? That requires a lot of discussion, but these are the 4 basic questions that you have to ask, and the answer should be no. And then you can say that, well, yes, you have a project which has an IP in it. So articulating that, once you get the answers no, then articulating that research finding into a patent claim is what is required. So who can identify the IP and translate that research into an IPR? Lawyers cannot do that. Patent agents cannot do that. Okay? Law offices cannot do that. Patent offices also cannot do that. Government patent offices also cannot do that. It is only the scientist can do that. Okay? So identifying IP is definitely a scientist's job. Second part of the domain is now getting a patent, acquiring rights to that IP that you have generated. There are processes which are pretty standardized now from various countries to countries, as well as once we follow the WIPO, as well as the various patent offices from various countries. There is a process, basically an application, then the application goes to that office, it gets reviewed like our research paper, then you get comments on that, then you have to respond to the comments. That is all part of prosecution. And ultimately, when you respond, the reviewer, when they are happy with it, they say your manuscript is approved. Here, the patent examiner says, yes, the claim is allowed. Okay, so basically the same process, it goes through an application, prosecution of that application, review process, and then it is allowed. 8 steps are involved. Who can provide this service? Patent agents can do that. Patent law firms can do that. Research and scientists also can do that. Okay. Who will be able to answer the question? Not the agents, not the law firms, once the review comes in. There is one important element that is essential when we file so-called application. We have to file what is known as an information disclosure statement or a prior art, same thing. We have to show that whatever is known at the time this work was done was analyzed, and that analysis led to demonstrating a difference between what was known and what I have generated. That difference will give me the claim, because we cannot duplicate and we cannot say, well, I want another patent for the work that is already done. So now the question is the analysis of prior art, or so-called analysis of information disclosure statement. Who will do that? Who can best do the analysis of prior art and provide a clear, convincing, and compelling evidence to the patent office for the grant of claims or IPR or patents? Again, it is the scientist. So even the second domain is basically scientist dependent. Okay, so generating, now even the prosecuting or so-called getting a patent is also a scientist's prerogative. So everything starts with the scientist, at least to the first 2 steps. So now this patent is, it has been received by so-and-so, the designate, the inventor is identified, the assignee is identified, the type of the product that is covered by this patent is in this patent, which has gone through the same process. The heart of a patent is the claim, or the claims are the critical part of the patent, or as a matter of fact, that is the invention. Rest everything else is specification, which cannot, or which has fairly limited claim, meaning that you cannot have a right on the specification. You only have rights on the claims. Okay? So claim is very important once you get a patent. That is your invention. Third and last aspect of the IPR domain is protecting IP. You have got a patent, bingo, you have had your party time, now you need to protect it. 20 years you have exclusive rights on it. How do you know that somebody else is not doing the same thing and infringing your patent? So your protection has to be done in that direction. Second, you have to also look at, well, somebody can challenge your patent for validity of that patent. So again, you have to protect it. Okay. So who is going to be the individual who will be able to protect or provide satisfactory explanations for validity and infringement of the IPR that you have got rights to? Okay. So just a quick note on what is validity. Validity is basically very simple. Unless otherwise anybody claiming invalidity of your patent for 20 years, it is considered as valid. So understanding validity and invalidity, it basically says the term over which a treaty or a patent is enforceable and is exclusively owned by the inventor. Unless otherwise proven invalid, it is considered as valid. So till the expiration of the patent that I have received or anyone has received, if nobody challenges it, then yes, it was valid for that many years. But somebody can challenge it and say that, well, your patent is invalid for these reasons. So somebody should be able to provide beyond reasonable doubt that your claims are valid and the challenge is inappropriate. Basis of invalidity, again, these are the main basis for invalidity. Obviousness, I will show that, well, your claim was very obvious to a person of ordinary skill in the art. It was anticipated, or it could be anticipated by a person of ordinary skill in the art. Whatever you have got a claim through specifications, I cannot enable, or I am not able to reproduce it. So your claim is not able. It is too wide and too indefinite, so on and so forth. On these grounds, I can prove that somebody's patent is invalid. Now the question is, who can do that? That provision of conclusive evidence is determined by a person of ordinary skill in the art. Who is that person of ordinary skill in the art? The lawyer, patent agent? No, it is a scientist again, and not a lawyer. They will plead the case for you, but they will not be able to answer the questions. As a matter of fact, in court, when they plead the case, and if they start to answer the question indirectly or directly, the judge stops them and says that is not your prerogative. It has to be the person of ordinary skill in the art or the expert witness or so on and so forth, who is not a lawyer. Infringement. Infringement is basically somebody else copying your stuff. Degree extent is debatable. So now we have to make sure that somebody else is not infringing my claim, and who is allegedly infringing has to show that they are not infringing, their product is not infringing your claim. So once again, what is infringement? Infringement basically says that failure to obey or act in agreement with the treaty, and it has to be a willful act of infringing, meaning that willingly somebody is doing it. A classic situation is our para force, where we provide a certification that, well, yes, there is a patent that covers this product, but my product, even though it is bioequivalent, still it is not within the scope and the limit of the patent that covers the product. So that's where the conflict arises. There are two types of infringements. One is literal infringement and the other one is doctrine of equivalence, where the inventor will say that the generic is infringing. The generic will say that we are neither literally infringing nor based on DOE either. So again, the question is, who will determine this. That will be a person of ordinary skill in the art, and that person of ordinary skill in the art is the scientist, not a lawyer. So generating IP, procuring IP or getting a patent, and protecting a patent, the entire domain of IP rests on scientists. So scientist is basically, IP starts with that scientist and ends with the scientist. Okay, so we can have a career in it very, very clearly. As a matter of fact, we need that. Current scenario in India, India is yet to recognize the full potential of IP rights in all its dimensions: generation, preservation, and protection. And that's where all of these considerations are, they come on board. All these initiatives that are being taken right now, they are more along the lines of generation, very limited in terms of preservation, and there is nothing in terms of protection. So we are still in this part where we are trying to get patents and over and many of those. And then we are little bit now, we have started to think about it because Indian patents have been challenged in courts outside India. And protection of our patents, as well as the patents that we get from other countries as well, we have very limited understanding or any kind of policy on that. Reasons for low IPR awareness: there is motivation, there is lack of motivation, lack of policy and procedures at institutions. Publish or perish has to be revised to patent and prosper, that we have heard a little bit as a slogan. Who is the focus? Focus is the inventor, not the institution. It has to be the inventor. Syllabus talks about basics of IPR and law. No one talks about what the inventor should do with his or her research work. So that's where we are. So we need to start to look into how to move forward. What needs to be done to increase IP awareness? Educators need to incorporate IP into their curriculum discussions to increase knowledge of the importance and benefits of protecting IPRs, not just law. IP law is not the only thing in IP that should be covered. It should be all the way up to protecting IPRs. That provided me with the motivation, plus my involvement with so many IPRs activities in the world, not only in US, but in almost 7 countries and arbitrations in Singapore with companies fighting over rights, IPR. We are in India here, we are at a very, very early stage. So I have set up a Center for Excellence in Intellectual Property in 2016 with the vision that recognize and protect scientific discovery with the rights it deserves, with the mission, provide professional services with the highest quality and integrity of to the scientific community in recognizing and protecting scientific discovery through IPR at the highest level that deserves globally. Bringing down or aligning with the vision and mission are our 3 objectives: academic enhancement programs through professional advancement programs. Again, it is focusing on IP generators, which is scientists, whether it is students, graduate students, postgraduate students, undergraduate students, faculty, research scholars, postdoctoral students. It is all oriented to that. Second is continuous update and upgradation of knowledge base in IP matters. Every year we have an international conference on IPR where I bring in IP lawyer experts from law firms and legal counsel of major companies worldwide. I bring them and they speak at the conference. And then we also provide IP services to academic institutions, research institutions, whoever, to get their first evaluations done to recognize even if there is an IP element in, or identifying the IP element in the projects that are being worked out. So it really growing to the grassroots. In 2020, this year, this is our 5th year. So we have launched a campaign 2020 and beyond, which is a 5-year dedicated effort to enhance the knowledge base and awareness of IP in scientific communities across disciplines and across state boundaries in the entire country. Okay. What is the objective of this campaign? To induce spirit of inquiry in translating theoretical science into innovative products. And this objective is to be generated, or sorry, to be realized by literally going to institutions and talking to the students at the first year of professional programs and put the seed into their mind that IP has something that we need to be thinking about throughout their career as they start to move in their academic program. Right at the grassroots level. There is no cost to any institution. We go there on our own or through the center as part of our activity. So we will cover the entire country from within these 5 years. 2020 is now washed out because of COVID, but from these are the regions that we will cover. On the same lines, in November, we have the conference, the 5th Annual International Conference on IPR is scheduled for December 7th and 8th. It is an online conference and all of you are invited. Okay. Just to give you an idea, we have eminent personalities speaking at this conference. Gopa Kumar, who is going to be our inaugural speaker. Chipunkar from Group Pharmaceuticals. Guru Ganeshan is the Vice President for ARM Embedded Technologies from England, as well as he heads their unit here in Bangalore. They are the ones who have 7,000 patents. Patrick Gallagher, partner for Dewan Morris, top 10, one of the top 10 law firms in US. Kapil Banekar is the legal counsel for Corning, Fortune 500 company. He looks after the IP for fiber optics for Corning Limited, our glass stuff that we break very routinely in our labs. Amrish Tiwari is partner for KNS Partners in Delhi. Ashmita Shinde, she is proprietor for her own firm specializing in copyright. So she's going to speak at that. Then I'm going to give the my opinion. I mean my talk on the theme. The theme for this year's conference is protecting and defending IPR strategies and challenges, which has never been done before. So we are going to at least start that discussion through this conference. And then Ashwini Siwal, who is professor of law, IP law and IT laws as well, and director of the legal cell for entrepreneurial law clinic in the University of Delhi, is going to speak on a very important topic, which is very recently for dapagliflozin. There was a ruling from Indian High Court on the litigation on a patent. He's going to speak on that, about interpreting that ruling. This is the second of the two patent litigations in this country since 1995, when India became a 100% full signatory of WIPO. Okay. So one key aspect that is essential is, first of all, I look forward to all of the participants for this program. I would like to see you participate in December 7th and 8th in that event, milestone event. It will be a privilege for us to have you there as part of our program. Key takeaways are two: IPR domain. There are three items in it: identifying IP, acquiring a patent, and protecting the invention. The scientists, be very, very aware and feel proud that it starts with you and ends with you. Do not have the misconception that it is the lawyer stuff, it is the IP law stuff, the agent stuff. It is we who are the IP generators. Last but not least, building better scientists starts right from the academic development. We need to build the best scientists in order to take IP forward. Okay. Thank you very much. So at least I hope I was able to get to the grassroots level in order to determine that, well, what exactly IP is and who really is the key player in IP, and what we should be doing in terms of increasing awareness of IP. Thank you very much. Questions?
Thank you very much, Dr. Banekar, for that very elaborative talk and taking us, making us understand right from the basics of patents and going through the importance of IP and the IP domain. If we have any questions, we can take quickly one or two questions here, and then we can move to the next session. Any questions here? We have one question that is, I can see here in the chat box, from one of our undergrad students, Mitanshu. He is asking you, can we have a few suggestions on how pharma industrial IP departments can collaboratively work with institutes? Also, his next question
Very much
is...
so. Very much. Hold on one second. I was having a sip of water. We have started to do that through our center, where we have summer internship with pharmaceutical companies, where the student will go for 1 month to 3 months, depending on how much time you have. But they will be only working with their IP cell. So that way, if that individual student is interested in IP as a career move, then they can get an internship done, number one. Number two is we have a certain series of courses that we are developing. We have already done 2 or 3 now, where if the student takes these 6 courses, they can get a the completion certification from the center that they have completed this program. Third is we have links with law firms outside India who their clients evaluate their projects through our students for IP. Where now the students that will do this job through our center will get a recognition for a certificate. And I'm very, very proud to say that 10 of such individuals have just completed their master's in pharmacy, and they are the first and the only 10 in the entire country who have had first-hand experience in translating or evaluating a project, research project work, and identifying IP.
That is very, very interesting indeed to know. I hope, Shwetanshu, that has answered your question. His second question also, I think you answered that question already, sir, that can idea be patented? I think you
idea technically cannot be patented unless, see, there is a requirement for innovation and novelty. Now, if an idea is there, then that is a description. A descriptive, so to speak, rationale is not a proof of evidence. Okay, so we need something known as a proof of concept, which is, for example, if I have an idea that I want to develop a sustained release formulation which will do specifically such thing, and I have done that in only 10 tablets or 5 capsules or 5 something like that, that's enough. But just the idea is not enough. I need to have those 5 capsules and the targets have been met. Because it is very difficult to convert an idea into a claim. Okay. And a claim has to have elements which have to, every single element has to have defined scope and limit, which an idea cannot have. A very quick thing would be Kekule, when he dreamt the 6 carbons and 6 hydrogens. How can they defy chemistry and science in terms of electrons moving around? That 6 hydrogen and 6 carbons can never be stable. But yet there he had a product in his hand which was benzene. And that led to the discovery of the resonance, where the bonds within the ring, they move alternately, keeping that 6 carbon, 6 hydrogens stable. So if he would have gone to a patent office saying that, well, I dreamt this, he would not get a patent. And until he showed that, you know, I have this idea and now I have benzene molecule, and that's the only way it can explain. That's how you can get a patent.
Just another quick question, sir. One question from the faculty, Dr. Ashlesha Pandit, asking you, sir, please guide on how to search or collaborate with appropriate industrial user of patented product.
Collaborate in what context?
The question is how to identify or look for industrial, end user for a patented product, whatever.
Okay, so you have the patent and now you are looking for a
end user.
target.
Yeah.
Okay. There is something known as you can look at the domain, or there is a particular term on that. Not only the geographical part, but also there is the there is a specific term which looks at your okay, I'll make it simple. What you do is you do one specific thing. Identify what is the end product. Second, identify what is the IP that you have. Third is go to what is known as competitive intelligence providers, where they will identify a list of potential companies or research institutions or the company holders, so on and so forth, who have used something similar. Then you approach their business development people and let them know that you have a patented product which is within their domain, which would increase their portfolio in terms of recognizing their products. And then you start negotiations or so-called discussions, which will hopefully lead to somebody picking it up. As simple as the students' sustained release opiate. The patent was filed by University of Texas in Houston. They got a patent. Purdue Pharma from St. Louis, which is like 5 different states away, but they are world leaders in opiate sustained release products. So they picked up this product, or the university identified that, well, all companies that have sustained release products working, who are working in opiates or pain management would be their potential partners. So the next 2 years, Purdue Pharma went into an agreement with the university, of Texas to take that patent and buy the patent out essentially and pay royalties to the university once it is commercialized. The success story one could say is the Cipro sustained release product, which was developed by the I don't know which college, but in collaboration with Ranbaxy, and then Ranbaxy went to Bayer because Bayer is the owner of Cipro molecule, and then they bought the rights to that, and that's how Ranbaxy made money, and also the university made money. So that's how you can identify the end users.
Thank you very much, sir. I think any more questions, we will take it up during the panel discussion. So that was indeed a very insightful talk. And as you rightly put it, that the objective of research is never a patent. A patent is always an afterthought. But IP creating, or having the IP awareness right from the grassroots level, right at their first year when they come for their undergrad program or a graduate program, is extremely important in these times, and that is what I think is the key message that you have given in your talk. So thank you once again for your talk. I request Dr. Sharvil to kindly present the certificate of honor to Professor Bankar, sir.
Just a second. Sir, will you please stop sharing your screen?
Is that, yeah, I think I did the right thing, right?
Yeah. Sharvil, you can.
There we go.
So it's a pleasure to present you this e-certificate, sir. And thank you once again for sparing your time and sharing your knowledge with us. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Good luck.
Thank you, madam. Now moving on to the next session, I request the next session chairman, Dr. Janavi Rao, madam, Professor and Head, Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry, Pune College of Pharmacy, and she is also Vice Principal of Pune College of Pharmacy, to introduce to our next speaker, Dr. B.K. Sahu, sir, and continue with this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharvil. I welcome you all for this one-day international e-Symposium and panel discussion on understanding IP for scientists and scholars. And we have already through with our inauguration session and a lecture by Dr. Banakar. So we move ahead with for a talk by Dr. Sahu. I have the pleasure of introducing Dr. Vijay Kumar Sahu. Is a technology, intellectual property, and innovative management professional in both academics and training. Dr. Sahu has more than 15 years of work experience and earned his MSc, MPhil, and doctoral degree from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, specialized in intellectual property rights and technological capabilities with special reference to biotechnology innovation to India. Presently, Dr. Sahu is heading Intellectual Property Facilitation Center and Technology and Innovation Support Center at Visakhapatnam, National Research Development Corporation, NRDC, Government of India. Dr. Sahu recently has been conferred and received the Global IP Convention Award by Global Innovation Policy Center during the 12th Global IP Convention for the promotion of IP facilitation and innovation promotion. He was considered as 100 IP leader from India by the World IP Forum for the year 2017. Dr. Sahu was invited as a keynote speaker of United Nations, UNESCO, and EDITEC in 2019 on IP innovation in educational curriculum. He has facilitated and managed many patents, trademarks, design, copyright, and other IP to various universities, startups, and medium MSME, public sector undertakings, and transferred and commercialized many lab scale technologies various startups, MSME, and industries. He coordinated and organized so far more than 300 workshops, national and international seminars, and conferences on IP, innovation and technology transfer and cooperation in the country, and provided more than 600 guest lectures on entrepreneurship, innovation, IP, technology commercialization, and management. He is also managing the IP and innovation of various public sector undertakings like RINL, NALCO, OFB, BML, Ministry of Defense, and many more. Dr. Sahu coordinated a Government of India task force study under DSIR on innovation policies in China, Korea, and Taiwan, implications for India. He is also guest faculty on IP technology management and mentor of many prominent institutions and university technology business incubators in the country. He is a mentor of STPI, Government of India, New Generation Entrepreneurship Programs, and also nodal officer for MOMSME Champion Portal of Government of India. Dr. Sahu also is an adjunct professor of various universities in India like GM University, Caltech University, Sri Sri University, Geetam University, and is also a member of JNU IPM Center and many more. Dr. Sahu is a member of AICT, Institutional Innovation Council of various universities, engineering colleges, and academia in the country. Today, he will be talking on the role of IP in academic R&D for industrial collaboration. But even though it's a brief introduction, we are very eager to listen to you, Dr. B.K. Sahu sir, on your talk.
Thank you, Professor Rao. Good afternoon, all. I think we are running behind time.
Yeah.
I hope my PPT is visible to all of you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Your PPT is visible, sir.
Just thank you for inviting me. It is a great honor to connecting this program, particularly the program is need of the hour. Yeah, there is some problem in just 1 second. So, in fact, many of my speaker already talked about intellectual property. My PPT is visible to all of you?
No, sir.
No, okay. And the topic is quite relevant at present time, and it is the need of the hour. And there is a policy reform in the country as far as in educational point of view. The Government of India came out with the new education policy 2020, and Honorable Prime Minister of India always talked about reform, perform, and transform. And it is need of the hour how we can create a sustainable innovation ecosystem at our institution level. So it is a great honor for me to joining. Yeah, my PPT is, I think, visible to all of you.
Yeah, yes, sir.
But it is not visible for me. Just there is some problem, I think. Just. So there is a need of implementation at our institutional level as far as this IP policy is concerned, and how we can be innovative and how we can create the ecosystem of innovation at institutional level. That is very, very important. And my previous speaker already talked about the institutional policy.
Just a second,
and also,
sir. Your PPTs are not visible. Sharvil, please stop sharing your screen.
Yes, there is some problem, I think. Yeah.
Sharvil, please, if you stop sharing, yours will be visible. Again, there were some issues.
I have already stopped sharing, ma'am.
Okay. Sir, now you can share your screen.
Is it visible now?
Yeah, sir. Yes.
Okay, it is visible to you, but not visible to me, actually. There is a problem. Okay, let me.
No, you minimize your thing, so your desktop will be visible to you. Now it is gone.
Now visible.
Yeah.
Okay, so I am managing with this, madam. So
it's okay, sir.
So today we are in a very challenging situation, and there is a changing paradigm of innovation ecosystem. And last 1 year, I mean, last from February 2020, we have been suffering, and everybody at all level are looking for innovation, and that innovation is nothing but COVID-19 vaccine. So this is the necessity is mother of invention today, and how academic institutions are coming out with such kind of demand-driven innovation for the society. That is very, very important, and we must have to realize how Oxford University as an institution making the difference to the society. And that's the innovation, and that's the academia industry collaboration. The way Serum Institute of India, AstraZeneca, and collaborated with Oxford University are bringing this innovation, and this is need of the hour. And there is a change of the policy. There is a change in the ecosystem. Now ecosystem is a knowledge-based ecosystem, knowledge-intensive ecosystem, where creativity is very, very important. And we have, I think, more than 40,000 colleges, more than 12,000 engineering colleges, more than 900 university. But at the same time, the quality level, as my previous speaker spoke from international place and ecosystem. But when we see our own institution at India, if you go at the institutional level, the kind of ecosystem is not there. And in fact, our own former Secretary of Government of India, Dr. Maselkar, always talked about first to protect, then publish, and otherwise perish. And we have seen that kind of situation, particularly in Haldi, Neem, Basmati. So today, in the growing ecosystem of WTO, where intellectual property has given more emphasis as a intangible asset, every institution to look into that aspect of collaboration. And IP is nothing but an intangible asset. We have national IPR policy. We have a national innovation and startup policy, which is already put in place for a higher educational institution to adopt a model to create an incubation innovation system under various collaborative way to at institutional level. So today, Honorable Prime Minister of India, every time she talks about innovate, patent, and produce and prosper, and these are the 4 steps that will lead the country to the faster development. And you might be knowing, at this WTO ecosystem, the patent system is the system added the fuel of interest to the fire of genius, because whatever the product we have seen in the market, that has been protected as intellectual property. This 21st century is a knowledge economy. In this knowledge economy, imagination is more important than knowledge. and we must have to adopt that kind of framework, how we can nurture the knowledge, how we can leverage the knowledge, how we can protect the knowledge, and how we can commercialize the knowledge. So friends, I will show you the slide. You can see the patent application by individual country globally. You can see for the year 2005, you can see US was #1. Today you can see China is #1 globally, ahead than US, Japan, Germany, and Republic of Korea. We are nowhere. And now we are not only mitigating strategically with our neighbor, we are also mitigating the COVID-19. So as I told, necessity is mother of invention, and how we can bridge the gap between academia and industry, how we can bring both Lakshmi and Saraswati together in academia, that is the need of the hour. And IPR plays that role at academia particularly, where knowledge is generated, and that knowledge can be spin up, as well as connect to the industry, where the industry will bring such kind of new process and product under Atmanirbhar Bharat. And that is the notion of the government today, bringing Atmanirbhar Bharat or self-reliant India, startup and stand-up India, as well as the innovate India, make in India. So how we can bridge that gap, where in that intellectual property plays a very important role. And we already, my previous speaker already talked about intellectual property. At this time also, Honorable Prime Minister of India joined with many international world leader, scientific leader on Vaishayik Bharatiya Vaigyanik Summit, how we can mitigate the challenge of COVID-19, how we can mitigate the challenge of environmental impact assessment, as well as the climate change. Now we are talking about Industry 4.0. We need innovation. We need to create value for that. And since we have a mandate of Atmanirbhar Bharat or self-reliant India, how our academic institution can be self-sustainable without depending on the fees from the student, that kind of ecosystem we need to create, and that is the need of the hour. The way we talked about Silicon Valley, many of my speaker, many of my leader, when they speaks about academia industry collaboration, they always talked about the Silicon Valley. But still today we don't have Indian kind of Silicon Valley. How we can bridge the gap between academia industry, that kind of ecosystem we need to create. And that was the objective of Honorable Prime Minister coming out with self-reliant India, make in India, so that whatever we are having the patent, that patent that we has a great credibility, has industrial impact or industrial value, that we can transfer to the industry, and industry can give the product, new process and product to the society, which is affordable, accessible, adaptable. And also that is the dream of Mahatma Gandhi, who always talked about homegrown technology, and that's Prime Minister of India talked about self-reliant India. That innovation we need to create, and that is the value creation today, and that is the accessibility, availability, and adaptability, the dream of Mahatma Gandhi. So friends, from the academia industry collaboration of Silicon Valley, we have learned many things, and it has been reported from in the news that from digital sound synthesis to recombinant drug production, that kind of technology came from Stanford University, where there was a ecosystem of Silicon Valley, and that is the need of the hour, and that is nothing but the IP collaboration and IP commercialization and academia industry collaboration. So intellectual property is today an intangible asset. Government of India came out with the national IP policy. We have the mandate to not only to protect the IP, it is the basic fundamental duty for us to how to commercialize the IP is very, very important. Bringing Lakshmi and Saraswati together in academic institution is very, very important. And that is the only way, if we can generate, if we generate IP, if we'll protect IP, and if we'll commercialize IP, then only we'll make the difference, bringing the new innovation to the society. Innovation today is market driven. Innovation today is invention driven. And innovation today is technology driven. Because the way we are facing the difficulty on this COVID-19 period, there is a growing demand of tracing, tracking, and testing of COVID-19. So that is the demand driven. There is a technology behind that, and there is an invention or the invention from the individual researchers, scientists, academia who have developed. So that kind of ecosystem we need to develop, and we must be think out of box. As my previous speaker talked about policy mindset, although we have a policy, but that mindset is not there at the management level of the institution, because I visit many of the institutions these days and last 15 years, but IP centric ecosystem are rare, particularly in Indian university and Indian academia. That was the biggest challenge today, that many of our students have many idea, but they are not able to connect that idea. They are not able to incubate that idea. And our mindset, particularly at management level, at institution, are not in that way. And let me tell you frankly, and it is also well reported, that academic institution, university are still now not that much of comfortable to having the ecosystem of IP and innovation cell at university level. I came from Jawaharlal Nehru University. There is a IP cell, but they as a premier university in India, they are also suffering a lot. Forget about other state university. So that mindset we need to create, and we may not get a fund from the government, but we also connect to the industry, and what is the demand of industry, how our skill can be a important for that industry. That kind of notion we need to develop, because today the skill is connect to our emotion as well as our profession, that we must have to look into that aspect, and that's the government of India is looking. Intellectual property today is a challenge and opportunity. I think you can see from this photograph, you can see how this young leader making the difference to the nation, coming out with a new solution of the society and new solution to the people of the nation. And this is nothing but the intellectual property protection, value creation, and also connection and collaboration, and be a leader who can give the job, not behind the job. This is one of the photograph. You can see I was standing with one of the young entrepreneur who has a BTech and MTech degree. He quit the job, who has developed a roboboat. The beauty of the roboboat is somebody is drowning in water current, that roboboat can go and rescue the person. And you might be knowing many of the coastal belt, coastal belt, many of the engineering college students drown in water. By seeing that, he has developed. Today, Government of India on a Defense Innovation Challenge Fund, he got some seed money. He protected patent, he protected design, he protected the trademark. And today, this young chap is given around 25 jobs to the young budding innovator and making the difference. So this is innovation, this is value creation, and this is sustainable ecosystem at our institutional level. And in that, we as a IP facilitator of the Government of India in terms of seed funding, all IP protected by us, because we bear the cost. The entrepreneur may not be able to afford. It is our basic duty to do the due diligence, patentability analysis, market survey, basic engineering development package, so that a young entrepreneur can get a support from institutional ecosystem and can dream, and that dream goes to the society, and people of the nation get benefit. And that is the beauty of IP protection, IP commercialization. And IP is for the sake of biodata. We must not protect IP, and I don't believe on that. If there is a commercial value, once we file the patent, from that day we look for a opportunity of technology transfer. My job, since you have invited me, it is my basic fundamental duty to inform you. We not only protect IP, we protect the IP, and from the day of IP protection, we do the market survey and technology transfer process, how we can transfer that technology to MSME and startup and industry, where the country can get a innovative indigenous technology. So our mindset today is publication, but in fact, I am not going to talk about that, but our mindset is not solving a valid problem what our region is facing. Many colleges, many institutions are various region of the nation. Many spaces, many places, many difficulties people are suffering. So how as a institution, as a knowledge hub or knowledge intensive university or institution, how we can do some kind of creativity and innovation to solve the valid problem of the region. That kind of innovation we should create, and that's Government of India in recent time came out with many policy opportunity through Technology Development Board, through NSTDB, National Science Technology and Entrepreneurship Board, TIDE program, Atal Innovation Mission, as well as various business incubation center also there. So the basic objective is for the academic institution to connect to the industry and creating a opportunity of learning skill as well as transfer of knowledge, know-how to the industry, and that kind of ecosystem we must look into that aspect. University Grant Commission already advised university to run IP curriculum and IP as a non-credit course. But let me tell you, still now many university doesn't have that kind of ecosystem to teach their student on intellectual property. So mindset we need to change. We must have to IP centric mindset. We have seen the pen. In fact, Professor Umesh Bankar might have also spoken about Haldi, Neem and Basmati. So protection is very, very important, and it is a need of the hour. We must have to protect. If we are not protecting, we have seen in the case of Haldi, Neem and Basmati. So today academic leader must look into the opportunity and value creation towards their leadership role, how they can reform, perform and transform the institution, and also the proactive ecosystem connecting to MSME, local startup, local industry as well as other institutions, so that that can be give a opportunity of learning, opportunity of collaboration, and also technology transfer process. So both academy industry collaboration has two objectives. Academic has own expectation and industry has own expectation, but both are complement and supplement with each other. If we need a skill based engineer, ultimately it is the essential responsibility of the academic institution to provide a skill based institution students. Let me tell you with one example. A MBBS student complete his MBBS degree by each day he spent few hours at the hospital by seeing various patients. But you analyze when a student is doing BTech, he rarely visit any industry. So that kind of industry orientation is not there. That kind of mindset we need to develop, and we can expose them. And from the day of joining, we have to create. Unfortunate part today is that once the student join, the management give them a hope that they will get a job after finishing BTech. But today, at this challenging time, you know better than me, where is the job today? There is no job in the public sector. Only who can provide the job? Industry. So if we will strengthen the manufacturing industry, then only we can create the job and provide the job to the people of the country. We must have to be out of box. And we have seen in the Bollywood movie, that Three Idiot, how the movie has the character, particularly Chatur Ramalingam and Funsung Wangdu, who had 400 patents, and for that patent only his own friend came all the way from Italy, but he was not knowing that it is his friend of Imperial College of Engineering, but it was his friend who was out of box and having a. At the same time, there are issues of copyright violation in that movie between Vidhu Vinod Chopra and Chetan Bhagat. So IP plays a very important role today, at not only at the institutional level, at the level of national level. And you might be knowing India has been kept a priority watch list by the US Department, that is called Special 301 provision. We had a great difficulty in Indo-US S&T cooperation, and particularly for S&T cooperation with the United States of America, and IPR was the biggest issues, and that kind of ecosystem. And for that only Government of India came out the National Intellectual Property Policy in 2016. So I will not talk about all this thing. I will certainly talk about what we are doing as a national organization under Government of India, under Ministry of Science and Technology. Our job is to connect academia, industry. We provide, we transport the technology from lab to the land, mine to the market, protect all kind of IP, BDP, market survey, seed funding. We help in prototype, scale up, as well as we give National Innovation Awards, Budding Innovation Award, Societal Innovation Award, and also we transfer the technology and share the technology licensing fees with the institution and of the inventor. And that is the role NRDC as a IP promotion and technology transfer organization, bridging the gap between academia and industry. That is our mandate, that is our mission. And all IP support to any stakeholder of the country, maybe a startup, MSME, faculties of any institution, maybe a private or public, will get free IP service without bearing any cost from their end, and up to the grant of IP, NRDC bear the cost. That is our mandate. And once we protect the IP, then we look for prototype development, field testing, as well as the market survey and basic engineering development package. Try to get a appropriate industry, MSME and startup. We organize many industry meet and industry academia get together where the industry can showcase their demand, and we try to connect to the academia, and academia can transfer the technology to the society. At the same time, we also give National Innovation Awards to faculties, budding student for Budding Innovation Award, Societal Innovation Award, Technology Innovation Award, and Budding Innovation Awards every year. We organize Innovate India to promote innovation in the country. At the same time, I look after Technology Innovation Support Center of WIPO. The basic objective of this center is to provide assistance in patentability analysis, patent search, as well as the patent information, technology information, access to patent and non-patent literature for the academia, industry, and government. And in due course of time, we have organized many international programs in collaboration with the WIPO, European Patent Office, EBTC, and many more, so that people of the nations and particularly the stakeholder, particularly for academia, industry, government, must get the opportunity to protect their IP. At this challenging time, also we help in protecting the IP related to tracing, tracking, and testing of COVID-19 technology. And not only protecting IP, we have funded the seed funding, particularly for the prototype development, scale up of this COVID-19 technology, and many more ecosystem we have created at this challenging time. We also came out with a compendium of Indian technology related to combating COVID-19, tracing, testing, and treating. How the industry, MSME, academia can aware that which are the university, which are the organization, which are the industry has come out some solution on this COVID-19, so that we can transfer that technology and people of the nation can reap the benefit of this indigenous technology. So by from ideas to product, we plays a very important role from technology readiness level, technology value of depth, and also we make the prototype and transfer the technology to the industry. That is our mandate, to bring both Lakshmi and Saraswati, and that is the bridge between academia and industry, where intellectual property plays a very important role. You can see one of the photograph here. We have transferred one of the technology generated by one of the institution, national institution, that is process for the production of lutein from marine chlorophycin algae. From my left side and right side, both the one scientist, another industry leader are standing, sign the agreement. We transfer the technology through technology licensing agreement, and today that industry is sharing the royalty to every year to the institution, and the institution IPR policy, the inventor is getting the royalty over our creativity and invention. This is invention, this is innovation, this is value creation for the nation building, and that kind of ecosystem we must have to look and create and also collaborate. Then only we can make the difference in the society. IPR as a institution, IPR as a instrument is biggest challenge for the nation today. When we talked about industry 4.0, artificial intelligence, IoT, blockchain, machine learning, cryptocurrency, because the innovations are coming from various geographical location. And let me tell you also another information that fund for research and development, we have 900 university. And you might be in recent time, you might be knowing many university professor caught in plagiarism, copyright violation, many university vice chancellor caught in plagiarism and copyright violation, and many of the premier institutions of the nation today and last 1 year. So that was the biggest challenge for the government. And also today that private sector put less R&D investment in India. More than 76% R&D investment in India comes from public sector. Less than 19% comes from the private sector because of the issues of infringement and imitation. So as an academic institution, we must have to look how we can protect IP, how we can leverage IP, how we can commercialize IP, and do the benefit sharing. That's the role of intellectual property today. You can see from this statistic, the percentage of source of funding in R&D in India. You can see India, but you can see Israel, Japan, Korea, UK, where the private sector put more R&D in terms of investment. So these are some of the why we'll go for protected IP. When I visit many university institutions, many of the professors even used to ask me, what is the role of IP? Why I will protect it? So I used to tell them, but let me also tell you today, under Article 27 of Universal Declaration of Human Rights, 1948, everyone has the right to the protection of the moral and material interests resulting from any scientific, literary, artistic production of which he is the author. Not only protect, then we should look for the opportunity of collaboration for the scientific advancement and benefit, not only to the institution, also to the innovator or inventor or the faculty or student who have developed it. Today, at this challenging time, we are depending more on digital technology. You can understand how e-books, musical work, artistic work plays an important role, but you will be understanding because of the copyright violation, copyright infringement, India lose 60,000 jobs annually, particularly Telugu industry lose 3.6 billion on copyright revenue losses because of the infringement of the copyright or the piracy. These are the how copyright plays an important role in the contribution to the economy, but that kind of awareness is still not there at our ecosystem. That is the one of the biggest challenge today. That's why we need to collaborate, connect, and also we have to change the mindset of both the academia, industry, and government. And also now we are talking about industry 4.0 of artificial intelligence, IoT, blockchain, big data for intellectual property plays a very important role. ARIA has come, and ARIA, you know about ARIA, Atal ranking of institution on innovation achievement for intellectual property, technology commercialization, techno entrepreneurship ecosystem has given more focus, and that's those institutions today, they are doing best and making the difference in a small way. Maybe they are doing something and creating a nation building effort of nation building for Atmanirbhar Bharat. At the same time, I would like to tell you also, there is a paradigm shift through innovation. Without innovation, we are not going to mitigate anything. All level, we need to change our mindset. We need to protect. Not only we have to protect, we must have to commercialize and make the money out of it. And intellectual property plays a very important role in terms of the IP cycle from knowledge intensive sector to creation, protection, and exploitation. And that plays a very important role in research and development and commercial exploitation of our activity. So we must have to develop that kind of ecosystem and IP cell. I think the time is less for me. I understand for that, I would like to request. We have many contract research programs, sponsored research program, collaborative research program, grant in the research program. Now intellectual property is very, very important. And the momentum has started now. People are looking that kind of opportunity, and we must have to leverage them, create an ecosystem, and IP policy should be there at all institutional level so that the faculty should know his right, his obligation, his respect, and his benefit and incentive. That's the role which plays an important role in incentive and incentivization, particularly in IP commercialization. We need to develop a academia industry interaction. That is the need of the hour, and that's we have been doing across the country and changing the mindset of the people in academia, industry, and government. And many more technology we have transferred. Particularly, I will inform you today, one of the technology called recycling of plastic waste to tile. We transferred to many industry, and in fact in Pune also we have transferred to one of the MSME, and today they are making the difference to the society. And those inventor who have the patent developed, today he is also reaping the benefit, as well as the institution is getting benefit, and also industry leader is making the difference to the society, and they are the leader who are making the difference to the knowledge innovation ecosystem. Many technology we have transfer on COVID-19 also, on antigen testing, and that is the technology transfer making the difference and connecting each other. And intellectual property plays a very important role benefiting the society and economy, and we must have to create that kind of ecosystem. And protection and also commercialization is very, very important, and that's my role. At this challenging time also, we transfer one of the technology related to PPE kits. That PPE kits technology India was importing. Today India is export potential, and exporting PPE kits, and that was developed by one of our Navy scientists, and we have transferred to 7 different MSME, those who are making the difference, and very affordable, accessible, breathable, and also comfortable PPE kits. And that is the innovation, that is the value creation. I need to stop. I think because time is less. So many more technology we have transferred. Nari Shakti technology we have transferred. That is a very accessible technology related to sanitary napkin. How can our the women and also our sister who are in rural area can get a accessible, available, adaptable sanitary napkin? That is the entrepreneurship we are developing, and that is our mandate and mission, bringing academia and the industry together. Many more technology we have transferred in recent time and making the difference under Atmanirbhar Bharat, and also making the product Make in India, fulfilling the dream of Mahatma Gandhi, fulfilling the dream of Prime Minister of India, making a country self-sustainable, trying our best, bridging the gap between academia and industry. So I need to stop here. And these are some of the technology came from various university, those who are making the difference. So friends, anyone who have anything which is novel you are feeling, try to protect, get back to me. We will do the due diligence. We will file the patent. All the cost we will bear up to the grant of the patent, and also transfer the technology. Lastly, the problem is never how to get a new innovative thought into our mind, but how to get the old one out. We must have to work with the change of the time, and because it is a knowledge economy and knowledge intensive sector, we have to fulfill the dream of Mahatma Gandhi. Thank you all of you. God bless you all. Jai Hind, Bande Mataram.
Thank you, Sahu sir. Since we are running little lag in our time, we will have all the questions in the panel discussion. So you will be there, and those questions, we expect you to address the questions which have been put forward in the panel discussion. I request Dr. Sherville, to present the e-certificate to our eminent speaker. It was indeed a very good and knowledge-based lecture, and most of us would know how to go about it while having all the facilities and for patent publications.
Hello. Thank you, madam. Moving on to the next session, we have session chairman, Dr. C. Bothiraja, who is professor of pharmacy at Department of Pharmaceutics, Poona College of Pharmacy, Pune. I request Bothiraja sir to introduce our eminent speaker, Professor Anand Paradkar sir, and continue with the session. Thank you.
Should I?
Hello.
I think.
Hello, Bothiraj.
Should I start?
Okay. So good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank to organizing committee to consider me one of the organizing committee in this international webinar. It is my privilege to introduce Dr. Anand Paradkar sir. He is one of my mentor in my research area. He is a professor and director, Center for Pharmaceutical Engineering, University of Bradford. Anand completed his pharmacy education and worked in India for around 20 years in academics at Nagpur College of Pharmacy, Bharati Vidyapeeth University, Poona College of Pharmacy. In 2008, he joined University of Bradford. His major research interests are interdisciplinary approaches to enhance crystal and particle engineering and product and process innovation. He published more than 175 peer-reviewed research papers and supervised more than 40 PhDs and generated more than 4 million pound funding from different government funding agency. He is one of the scientists among 2% global scientists surveyed by Stanford University, USA. Anand works very closely with companies in the nutraceutical, pharmaceutical, and medical device sector. With this brief introduction, I will be welcoming Dr. Anand Parakar sir to deliver your talk on managing innovation in academic setup. Thank you, sir. Over to you, sir.
I think you need to stop sharing your file.
I have done it.
Have you? Shall we? Okay. Sorry.
Hello. Yes. Thank you. No problem. No problem.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. Sorry. Have I shared the screen properly?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So good afternoon. I'm going to keep my presentation short, considering the time, and the first speakers have given excellent ideas about what is IP and how India is moving towards innovation. So I'm going to give very short presentation around how what are the challenges and opportunities for academics while commercializing their innovation. So this is our university, University of Bradford, which is around 200 miles from London. I was lucky to establish work with Professor Peter York. Why I'm presenting him? Professor Peter York is a best example how to work in the university setup. Professor Peter York developed supercritical fluid technology. In 1994, he started a company, Bradford Particle Design, with his PhD student. So here you can see his PhD student, Hannah, and Peter York, and one of the collaborator or technologist. And in 2001, Bradford Particle Design was sold to Nectar for $220 million. This is one of the biggest commercial success in the academic setups at that time. And I was lucky to join IPI in 2008. In 2010, we started Center for Pharmaceutical Engineering Science, currently where I'm working. And the first and important thing which we are discussing since morning, when I came here, what I did as a center director was bringing together different disciplines: chemistry, engineering, pharmaceutical sciences, and many more, but these are the main things. So chemistry contributes to this basic properties or basic understanding, performance by pharmaceutical scientists, and processing comes from the engineering part. So these are the two centers across road which are working together to develop innovations. And since morning we discussed what are the challenges. Main challenge is in innovation or to generate some creative ideas, some innovations, is interdisciplinary. Lack of interdisciplinarity in the academic institutions is the major challenge as on today. Even here, I find the same come across in India. So what we need, if you need any brainstorming to do not do it in one group or just pharmacy people, or we do work Department of Pharmaceutics, Department of or Pharmacy, but the global challenges or even any challenge which the problems are interdisciplinary. Your thinking may be disciplinary, but the solutions are required are interdisciplinary. So we need to work on interdisciplinary structures. In the morning already, Professor Bankar and others have explained what are types of innovations, what are different types of innovations, incremental, breakthrough, radical innovations. Incremental innovations are also important, but many times industries, or mainly small scale industries, quickly do that and commercialize it. Academic institutions generally go for breakthrough or radical innovations like COVID vaccine, what Professor Sahu has said. It is a radical innovation, or Uber market. So this is an academic. As an academic, we are always one thing, okay, I can develop idea, but what after from my idea to the commercialization journey is the major challenge. That is the driving force which we require. Once you know that, I will be supported. The ecosystem now which we are developing in India already, NRDC like system is present, which will definitely enhance our capabilities in innovation to commercialization journey. So what at Bradford, I'm just sharing some of my experiences. So this is a small academic team which we have. Venu Vengala, who's chemist, engineer, and pharmacist. Somebody to work in lab and bring out with new idea, come out with new ideas. Many of you may know these. These are our PCP students only, alumni only. Sachin, Orde, Sudhir Pagire. Now Sudhir has left, he has joined. But apart from that, at university level, and this is something which we need to generate, and NRDC is central, but maybe Bharati Vidyapith University or not Poona College of Pharmacy, but as a university level, if we have IP cell, which works. So when we have to get into IP, I have to go through these people who are our IP people. They ask hundreds of questions. They do all due diligence, and the commercialization person, he will go to industries. He will get all the legal things sorted out. And still, and it is, I'm not saying that it is 100% easy, but we need that type of system to be developed. And once we have done this, like Dr. Jere said today, Professor Mankar, this is the part where NRDC type institutions help us. That we may have, and this is, India is the best place for innovation. Our pharmacy, for example, innovation, our syllabus itself or studies itself is so much interdisciplinary, but we do not have application mindset. So this is something, here is the valley of death. If somebody supports me to, provides me this bridge from my innovation to commercialization, and here always academic setup, we need some support, and that is NRDC type system will help us. In the UK, we have same way, local agencies like suppose Pune Municipal Corporation can provide you something support, or there may be state-wise support, and at the same time national level support. I'm not going into details. This is really important thing. We have at government level, we have programs like knowledge transfer partnerships, where industry knows the problem. They come to us and ask, do you have solution? Can you transfer your knowledge to the industry? And that is transferred through the manpower who is intellectual, good postdocs or PhD students. So all are, three of these are PCP alumni, Shankar is ICT alumni, and we take the idea and transfer to the industry, and generally students are absorbed in the industry. They're associates, not students. I'm not going into details of the example. All of us know that in one of the IP which innovation which we have commercialized, I will share the files. But first thing is identify the problem. We identified the problem that processing of effervescent tablets is an issue because it takes moisture. Citric acid takes a lot of moisture. It cannot be processed. So the real challenge for companies today is how to manufacture it. It is a cheaper material, inexpensive relatively, but air handling is a challenge. We identified that. So this is the first step. Identify the challenge and focus on that. How much is there really commercial need for that? I can do my research, and based on my research only, I can develop something. Here, we identified that there is problem. How can I stop this reaction between citric acid and sodium bicarbonate, which liberates water and makes the system totally unstable while processing? So currently what we do in the industry, you will dehumidify the system. Complete manufacturing area is brought to 10% RH or 15% RH, which is highly expensive. Then packaging material is highly expensive, plastic, silica gel, environmentally not good things. What we did, I'm not going into this part now. So what we did is we thought, make citric acid less moisture absorbing, less hygroscopic, and we use the concept of co-crystal. Now in India also many people use co-crystals. Many colleges are currently working on co-crystals. We just prepared a co-crystal of citric acid, and we observed that citric acid co-crystal does not absorb water. And this is also reported in the literature. Here is the paper by Professor Bill Jones. He showed that caffeine, if you form a co-crystal with caffeine takes moisture and becomes a hydrate. If you just add oxalic acid, make a co-crystal with oxalic acid, moisture absorption will stop. We use same concept to stop the reaction. So this is something which is important for how we have to work in the academic setup. Every time ask yourself a question, is my technology ready now? At what level I am? So I've just done some literature work and the concept is in my mind. I will say I'm at technology readiness level 1. Then in a mortar and pestle, we prepared some co-crystals, and we saw that if you take a normal effervescent mixture at 40% RH, it takes moisture and reaction starts, weight loss takes place. This indicates that product has become unstable. That's why you cannot at 40 to 50% RH, which is our normal working condition, you cannot manufacture it. So what we did is we just replaced that citric acid with a co-crystal of citric acid, and we saw that, oh, the reaction does not take place now. This is very simple innovation. Now here I have reached the technology readiness level 2. Now I am saying that I have proved my concept. It works. It works at what? Maybe at 100 milligram level, I have demonstrated it. Then we showed that, okay, if I make a tablet, our tablet is prepared with co-crystal, is stable at very high humidity. If you could take normal effervescent, it completely converts into moisture. I have demonstrated my system works, and I have generated proof of concept data, and I'm at technology readiness level. And this is something which funding agencies will ask you. Academic institutions are supposed to complete research at least up to TRL level 3, demonstrate at least up to TRL level 3. technology readiness level 3. Then comes proof of market, like what NRDC has suggested. Who are our competitors? Is the market enough? Really, should I invest on this? And this is where center works. We invest our own resources, patent money, everything. And we saw that there are two important products on the competitors on the market, which is Effer soda. What they do, they cover sodium bicarbonate with a barrier of sodium sesquicarbonate, which this is citric acid, this is sodium bicarbonate. If you prepare a layer on the surface of sodium carbonate, it is a process. I am not going into details of that. That will stop the reaction. There is another company which is originally bears or topogranulation technology. What we do in the lab, exactly this we do in the lab. On the citric acid, when we carry out controlled reaction, there is formation of sodium citrate on the surface of citric acid. This barrier again prevents the reaction. We said our technology is molecular level barrier and it will work better. We searched which are the products, how big is the market, how it is growing, should I invest it, and this all. So this is one of my PhD student who did this, and supported by government. In all these journey, this is Sudhir Pagire's PhD work, end of his PhD, one of the application he developed. And in 2015, 15 we filed the patent, and in 2019 it was granted in states. After this, again, government helped us, and they trained us how to what is required to start a business. So this is called as business model canvas. And in the business model canvas, you identify how, if I am going to go to the, and this is not for me really, it is for the young early career researchers, students, postdocs. They are mainly trained, because I'm not going to go and start business. They are going to help me in starting the business. They find out what are the resources required. Is it make a total business plan? And this funding, we Center for Farm we received 4 such programs. It is the only center in the UK, such a small center, to receive such funding, which stamps our innovation capability. Once that is done, we said we are at TRL level 4. Technology demonstration is done. How we demonstrated technology, we went to a company in their manufacturing area. We said, let us manufacture your product and manufacture product with our Effer Shield technology. And our tablet is stable at 25 degrees, 50% RH or 60% RH. And then that provided confidence to the companies. So why company will invest in you if you demonstrate to that level? Because it is high risk part for companies to invest on you. We are at TRL level 5, and what we did is we signed out the license out agreement. The technology was licensed out, and 2 months after technology was transferred, patent was really granted. So we made a mistake, not mistake. We have sold our technology before it was completely the patent was granted, but universities cannot sustain for a long time. We cannot keep on investing now. Per year, my patent bill itself is around 10 to 15,000 pounds, which I have to contribute, on which university will contribute 15,000 pounds. And you can then think about otherwise spin out, or maybe a joint venture with the commercial partner. You may already know something Ashlesha asked before, how to engage with the businesses. We may already know a company or go through something like NRDC. for us in the university itself, we try to do these things. And once it is demonstrated, we've demonstrated now manufacturing level. So we started at 300 milligram level. In the lab, we went up to 200 grams level. We filed the patent, and now we are in the process of commercializing it to 400 kilograms per day. The product should be on the market in next 3 to 3 months. Most, I hope so. I don't know when the company will come out, but yeah. So a simple material innovation, nothing special, nothing very high, no doubt. It requires, problem is simple, identified the problem, find out the solution, which has helped in manufacturing innovation. Now, manufacturing areas do not need to be hydrothermally controlled. You don't need to bring down humidity to 10%. At 40%, 50% RH, you can manufacture our product. You can package it. You don't need now special packagings, regular. Now we are trying to get it in sachet packaging, simple paper sachets. The company will come out with the product with, and we are at TRL level 7. Pilot scale up is completed, and now the business will take up commercialization part. And so one of the question which was in the morning, there is huge pressure on us about publishing. Now this publication I had to delay for around 4 to 4.5 years, just till patent was granted. We didn't want to publish it at premature level. So this was, I think, this year we published it. It was 2016-15 work, but we have to keep it wrapped for a long period of time. But you have to do that. There are different other technologies also. So this technology received award, BioNow award last year's Best Project of the Year award. We received Best KTP award, university awards. So this is my job basically, to receive awards. Students and scientists, other people, they do the job. And yeah, and these are other technologies for abuse resistant. There is AR cage, some medical devices, and other technologies. Thank you. Sorry, I had to wind up a little, but we will discuss in panel discussion any of other points you have. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Should we begin with the panel discussion? Or there are a few questions for Dr. Paradkar?
There, just a second.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Dr. Anand Paradkar, sir, giving about managing innovation at the academic setup. We got huge knowledge, and so many people are interested to talk with you also in the question session. We will discuss about the question in the panel discussion. So now I would like to issue the e-certificate to our today resource person, Dr. Savil, sir.
Joined, Boldo. Sir, he has joined.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to the next session, we have panel discussion. This session will be chaired by Dr. Sanjay Sawant, sir, at Srimati Kashibai Nole College of Pharmacy, Pune. I request Sawant, sir, to introduce our chief panelist, Dr. Hemant Dande, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Bothiraja. I think this is the last panel discussion, the last part of today's symposium. And for this panel discussion, we have 4 panelists. The chief panelist is Dr. Hemant Dande. Then we have Dr. Umesh Bankar. We have Dr. D.K. Sahu and Professor Dr. Anand Paradkar, who will be participating in the today's panel discussion. Before we move to this, let me introduce Dr. Hemant Dande, who is very much alumnus of Poona College of Pharmacy. Dr. Hemant Dande is currently leads pharmaceutical company Raktakos Brett and Company as its president and chief operating officer. Dr. Dande has deep understanding of the Indian pharmaceutical industry, having started his career at grassroots level as medical representative. He has rich experience of handling ethical prescription products as well as OTC brands. Dr. Dande has previously worked for pharmaceutical companies like Blue Cross Laboratories, MCure Pharmaceuticals at senior management level. Dr. Dande earned his bachelor's and master's degree in pharmacy with distinction and has doctorate in pharmaceutical management. Besides, he also holds diploma in marketing management, which he passed with distinction. Dr. Dande is highly passionate about teaching and is associated with the Narsi Monji, Mumbai as regular faculty and is on board of studies of IIHMR University, Jaipur. He is regular guest faculty in several management institutes and pharmacy institutes in India and abroad. Dr. Dande has presented several papers in Indian Pharmaceutical Congress and his articles have been published regularly in several magazines and journals. So with this, I would request Dr. Hemant Dande to speak for say around 10 minutes or so, and then request other panelists to speak for around 5 minutes each, and then thereafter we'll take up the questions. So over to Dr. Hemant Dande for your opening remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Sawant, and it's such a pleasure to be with all of you. And I have been with this group since morning, and I've been listening to the various speakers who have come through. Before I start off, just to give you a disclaimer, the views that I'm going to express during my discussion are purely personal. They have nothing to do with my company. Also, I don't have any political affiliations and I'm not related to any political party, or I'm not speaking either pro or anti-government. Now, sir, I first of all take the opportunity to thank Dr. Pawar and Dr. Guzar for having me here, and also all at Poona College of Pharmacy and at Sinhgad Institute, and of course all the eminent speakers who have spoken before me, faculty of various institutions, and most importantly, the students who are the future of this country and who are going to carry forward the legacy that we all have created for pharmacy in India. You know, in every country behaves in a way which is created or built by the history. History decides the course of action of a country. I'm referring to this from the viewpoint of IPR. Now, as you all are aware, and history we have studied in our curriculum in pharmacy also, till 1970, India was a patent controlled economy. 1970, Government of India decided to do away with product patents and moved on with process patents. Since then, what happened as soon as the process patents came in is that Indian companies immediately went in for innovation on the process front, as a result of which you could have a molecule which is patented, but if you find a way of going through a different process to manufacture it, you would be able to manufacture the product. As a result of which, what happened is something called reverse engineering. I'm sure all of you know what reverse engineering is. You get the product first and then develop the process. Just to give you an example, we Indians are very different when it comes to our mindset. Just to give you an example again, I'll have to speak to you in Hindi now. अगर आपने इंडिया में एक बच्चे को एक खिलौना दिया, एक कार दे दी खिलौने वाली, तो वो सबसे पहले क्या करेगा उस खिलौने के साथ? उसको तोड़ेगा, फिर रोएगा, एंड फिर कोशिश करेगा जोड़ने की. This is exactly what reverse engineering is all about. You break it first and then rejoin it and create a new product. This is what was happening in India till 2003-4, around that time, when the new patent law came in, wherein products could be patented. Today, you are living in a different era altogether. You are living in an era where product patents have been made compulsory through GATT. Now, why I mentioned about the history is because history holds a lot of importance. Now, just take the example of China. China got independence 3 years after us. Yes, if you don't know history, please go through it. 3 years after us in 1950. They were about to become a democracy when suddenly the rules changed and they became a socialist country. Now, here is the catch. China, I heard Dr. Jire say in the beginning of the session, he mentioned about China being the #1 in terms of patent. Yes, they are. They hold, last year they held 22% of all patents applied in the world were held by China. So a big feat. Why? Again, to go back to history, there was in China, Confucius is one of the, I don't know whether I spelt it right. Confucius is the greatest Chinese philosopher ever. And China, everyone believes in what he says and goes with it. Confucius, besides the other things that he said, one thing he said was, follow the leader. Means whatever the leader does, copy it, emulate. As a result of which, what happened is they became experts in copying. And they could copy virtually everything. Today, if you go to China, there are official stores which sell you duplicate iPhones, which are use and throw. Why? They have become experts in copying. But somewhere in the year 2007-8, they realized that you can't capture the world through copying, and you must respect IPRs. As a result of which, of course, there was a lot of pressure on them also. That's besides the point. But what happened is, today, they are the country which has the highest number of patents, a big feat to be achieved. Why? History of copying. Somewhere you need to bring a turnaround and go for what is required in terms of change in terms of thinking. And that is what the country brought about. Unfortunately, in India, we are still not gotten there. We still need a lot of effort to go into that. I'll just again give you a few examples. India filed about 2,000-3,000 patents, 2,000-3,000 patents internationally in the last year. Against that, you know which is the biggest company with the highest number of patents? It is not Apple. It is a company called Huawei. It is spelled as Huawei, but it is pronounced as Huawei. It has got 4,500 patents. Double the numbers, more than double the numbers of India as a country. Imagine this. Why this happens? Because we don't value, we have not yet decided to value. I'm not talking about whether we should use patents for commercial exploitation or for something else. I'm not getting into that discussion at all. But I'm saying we need to have more patents. We need to understand the importance. We need to understand the ownership. We need to understand owning patents. So that is something which India lacks. Now, another thing which again Dr. Jire mentioned was about resident versus non-resident patent holders. Yes, in India, the ratio of patents applied to patents granted for resident Indians is roughly about 10%. That for non-residents is about 27%. And that for foreign companies and foreign individuals is about 46%. You see what I mean to say? The chances of you as an Indian to get an IPR is just about 10%. Why? Not because government doesn't want to give, it is because we have loopholes there, as a result of which we are not able to get. The number of patents application itself is very low. Now, this brings us to the pharmaceutical industry. In India, about 15% of all patents applied are pharmaceutical. That is how it is. Now, look again at why we as a country, again going back to history, why we as a country are not able to get so many patents. Because the culture of R&D, the culture of innovation, the culture of creativity has to be brought out in this country. Now, again, to give you a few statistics, I know I'm giving too many statistics, but it's very important. Sun Pharma last year, which is the #1 company in India, Sun Pharma last year spent about 2,500 crore on their R&D. Do you know the #1 company in the world which spends on R&D? That is Roche. Roche spent at the same time about, if I convert it into Indian rupees through USD, it is about 7 lakh crore against India's #1 company, which is about 2,500 crore. We have another company, Roche, which is about 7 lakh crore, which is 4.5 times the size of the entire Indian pharmaceutical industry retail. Imagine the gap that is there. Now, US is the #1 country which spends on R&D. But world R&D spending is about 12.5 lakh crore, half of which is spent by Roche alone. Look at the statistics. I mean, they're staggering. We are nowhere. India as a country, last year, pharmaceutical industry spent about 8% on R&D. Worldwide, the spending on R&D is 20%. 20% of the turnover is spent, and on a much higher turnover. So you can imagine we are nowhere. Until the time the culture of innovation, creativity, IPR is brought in, we will never. Now, see the proud things that Indian pharma has done for the world, for India. The Indian pharma industry has done a lot of good things. Sir, I'll take just, Sawan sir, I'll take another 2 to 3 minutes.
Maybe 2 minutes.
Now, yeah. Now, no, because I have a timer which said 10 minutes over. So I just thought I'll just steal a couple of minutes more. India has done a lot of good things in pharmaceutical industry. Okay. As you all are aware, we are the 2nd or 3rd largest manufacturer in terms of volumes in the world. There are many, in fact, sir, we have Dr. Bankar from US, we have UK also, Paradkar sir is there. In US, about 40% of all generic drugs which are sold are Indian. In UK, about 25% of all medicines sold are Indian. So we are the pharmacy of the world. There is no denying this. We have become experts in manufacturing. Vaccines. Yes, vaccines. About 40% of all vaccines manufactured in the world are manufactured in India. So we have a lot of things to be proud of. But where we lack is, we have become experts in manufacturing. We are losing out on the patents front, on the creativity front, on the innovation front. And that is why we need to understand this and we need to take care of this. The biggest advantage that India offers is we offer manufacturing in this country at least about 40% less than what it costs in the US. And that's a very big plus. Okay. I will stop here and get on with the other speakers on the panel, and after their views are expressed, then I will come back and sort of give you an idea about further what I think on these subjects after everyone has spoken. So can I, Dr. Bankar, can I start off with you with your views, please?
Yeah, I will not take my 5 minutes. I'll use that for the group discussion or questions. I'll take just 1 minute. All of stuff that we are talking about is fine, but the key always remains is, do we have an understanding of what is IP? And that's the grassroots that we have to really get to. And then the other end of the spectrum also we have to be very aware of is getting IP is one thing, but protecting it, do we have the intention, willingness to do it? Because right now there is nothing there, and that's bothersome. because we are creating a lot of stuff and we are pursuing and persuading everybody to get a patent. But how to manage it and is a very big challenge, which has to be dealt with parallelly. It is not that it is in sequence; it has to be dealt parallelly. And last but not the least, the first ever discussion that will be held will be on 7th and 8th of December on protecting IP. So I would again welcome all of you to be, participate and register for that, the 2-day webinar. And you will get to see the worldwide view, right? From corporate approach, the academic approach, the law firm approach, the international arbitrations, so on and so forth. So please consider this. Thank you very much. Next is Dr. Sahu, I guess.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
I'm sorry. I was on mute. Sir, Sahu, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. And it's really a privilege for me to join in this particular panel of discussion, because we must have to do some Atma Manthan. And today, we are in a very tough situation. I'll start with few examples. We used to take few intern from who completed MTech in biotechnology or M-Pharma in pharma. They are excellent in their academics grade. But when they came and joined at our department, when I used to give small assignment, they are not competent enough to do. And also when I used to tell what kind of project you did, they normally come up with some of the let me start with small observation. And also I used to go many colleges across the country for the sake of or showing in paper that we have a business incubation center or we have a IIC. They just open one room with 2 chairs, 1 computer, and they will, oh sir, this is our center. So let me tell you, sir, हम कितने दिन तक हम अपने आप को झूठ बोलेंगे? ये हम अभी the government of India came that Kapila program has come. In fact, Dr. Jere might have spoken about Kalam IP awareness program. Policy is coming. The changes are there, but we have to change our mindset. India is proud for Takshashila, Nalanda, but आज हम कोई भी यूनिवर्सिटी को उसी लेवल पे नहीं ले पाते हैं, because that mindset is not there. क्योंकि हमारे जो एकेडमिया में जितने भी लीडर हैं उनको सोच नहीं है. और देखो मैं let me tell you, when I was doing my PhD at that time, the professor who was when we discuss about intellectual property, their ideology was against intellectual property. Forget about the notion. So हम कभी भी सोचे ना, जो प्रोफेसर उसी टाइम पैटेंट किए थे उनका पैटेंट कमर्शलाइज भी कर पाए, आज की डेट में कुछ उन्होंने टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर भी किया है, वो बेस्ट केस स्टडी ऑफ एकेडमिया इंडस्ट्री टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर प्रोसेस केस स्टडी में लिया गया है. लेकिन जब तक हम सोच नहीं बदलेंगे, विचार नहीं बदलेंगे, भारत कभी स्वावलंबी नहीं हो सकता है. जितना पॉलिसी आएगा, पेपर आएगा, लिखा होगा. मैं काफी कॉलेज में देखा हूं, इंस्टीट्यूशनल इनोवेशन काउंसिल के नाम पे एक लेक्चर बुला देते हैं, बच्चे का भी कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं होता है, टीचर का भी उनका एक मजबूर होता है कि उनको करना. सो हाउ वी कैन, द मैनेजमेंट हैज टू बिल्ड द कैपेसिटी ऑफ एकेडमिक्स एंड ऑल्सो द फैकल्टी एंड स्टूडेंट. जब स्टूडेंट ज्वाइन करते हैं उनको हमने बोल देते हैं कि आपका तो 3 साल में आपका आप कैंपस मिल जाएगा, हम 10 कैंपस ले आते हैं, 50 कंपनी आ जाता है. ये एक कॉमन चीज है. और बाकी चीज तो मैं बोलूंगा नहीं, बिकॉज आई माई सेल्फ गोइंग थ्रू इवेलुएटिंग मेनी पैटेंट आईपी ऑफ वेरियस कंपनीज, इंडस्ट्री एंड ऑल्सो स्टार्टअप. और फॉर द सेक ऑफ फाइलिंग पेटेंट भी मैं आपकी भी किसी को भी नहीं बोलूंगा पेटेंट फाइल करो. आई देयर इज ऑल्सो ए I believe there is a बायोडाटा पैटेंट. उसका कोई यूज नहीं है. भारत सरकार का पैसा क्यों लगाएं उसमें? हम उसको एक ड्यू डिलिजेंस करें, पैटेंट ड्यू डिलिजेंस करें. उसमें कौन सा स्ट्रैटेजी है जिसको हम पेटेंट करके क्या फायदा मिल सकता है. फॉरगेट अबाउट मनी. We have to give how a best novelty and patent information to the society. That mindset we must have to create. और हम कितना affordable and approachable हैं. कल मुझे डॉक्टर पाटिल फोन करेंगे या डॉक्टर सावंत फोन कर रहे हैं या डॉक्टर गुजर फोन कर रहे हैं, मैं उनको कितना जल्दी उनका जो एक विचार है, उनका जो एक इश्यू है, उनका जो प्रॉब्लम है, मैं कितना जल्दी एज ए फैसिलिटेटर मैं उनको हेल्प कर रहा हूँ. इनको अगर सरकारी बाबूगिरी करके 3 महीने 4 महीने करें, इनका कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं आएगा. पहले हमारा कल्चरल माइंडसेट चेंज करें, सरकारी बाबूगिरी चेंज करें. आप एक फाइल करता है कोई पेटेंट या उसको कोई ऑफिसर को रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं, 15 दिन तक उन्होंने रेस्पॉन्ड नहीं करते, उनका इंटरेस्ट खत्म हो जाता है. हमको वो विचार चेंज करना है. भारत के साथ सब कुछ है. भारत में, भारत एक अखंड भारत है. मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं कोई मैं एक महात्मा गांधी का वही एक करता हूं कि हर लोगों को में नॉलेज है. हमको उनको एक इकोसिस्टम देना है, प्लेटफॉर्म देना है. ज्यादा ब्यूरोक्रेसी देश को खत्म कर दिया. ऑल्दो आई वर्क विद द सिस्टम. वो चेंज माइंडसेट चाहिए. और वो चेंज माइंडसेट अभी कम से कम एक लोगों में विचार आया है. ये जो कोविड-19 पीरियड में बहुत लोगों का विचार आया है कि नहीं हम भी कुछ करेंगे, करना चाहिए. ऐसे ऐसे कॉलेज से हमें स्टार्टअप आया, मतलब उनका प्रपोजल आया है. किसी ने बनाया है कि वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट ऑन कोविड from a hospital we came and we developed that framework and we protected and now we given some seed funding also. ये छोटा छोटा सा जो हमारा जो विचार को हम अगर लेवरेज करेंगे तो हम बहुत तरक्की करेंगे. फॉरगेट अबाउट ज्यादा बड़ा चीज तो हो रहा है, लेकिन हम इंस्टीट्यूशन में जो हमारा इनोवेशन कहते हैं, बच्चों को बढ़ाने के लिए, बच्चों को सोच विचार उनको मैंने काफी कॉलेज का स्टूडेंट से बात करता हूं तो वो बोलते कि सर हमारा टीचर इसमें कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं देते हैं. मैं प्रपोजल देके गया था और हमारे पास कोई फॉर्मेट भी नहीं है. तो वो दिखावा है जो फॉर्मेट उनका, लेकिन एक्चुअल में इकोसिस्टम नहीं है. मेरा एक मैं हिंदी में इसीलिए बोल रहा हूं कि मैं अभी एक कॉलेज में हूं. मैं गाँव आया था. मेरे गाँव से मैं 70 किलोमीटर ये मीटिंग अटेंड करने के लिए आया हूँ. Because of to attend this meeting, I am from a Kalahandi district. Because 2 days after my relative marriage is there, I came all the way. So to attend this meeting, there is no network at my village. I thought I should not miss this opportunity. I came all the way 65 kilometer and joined this meeting. I am in one of the institute in Kalahandi district only. So point today is that हम कितना कनेक्ट हैं, कितना हम इमोशन को कनेक्ट कर पाते हैं. काफी लोगों का यही है कि वो हम मुश्किल है, लेकिन ये कोविड में हम लोगों का एक विचार आजकल सहमत हो रहा है. सभी लोग अंडरस्टैंड कर रहे हैं. इवन आज की डेट में कोई सरकारी अधिकारी को भी फोन कर रहे हैं तो वो रिसीव कर रहा है. पहले तो बिजी थे, सब लोग बिजी होते हैं. वो माइंडसेट जब तक चेंज नहीं करेंगे भारत आगे विकास कभी नहीं होगा. मेरा यही है एक आप लोगों को विनती है. आई एम डूइंग माय जॉब and it is a great opportunity to connect all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I will talk about the summary a little later after we hear Dr. Paradkar. Dr. Paradkar.
Thank you. The first and most important thing which I found in today's meeting, real passionate government support. No doubt there are a lot of challenges, but this is something because I'm seeing I got opportunity to interact with government officials and administrators or policymakers after a long time. This is really in last 12 years. This is huge change, and we should be really this shows that we are going to make some change. I totally agree with what Dr. Sahu said about the challenges in the universities, and this is now government has to support and work with the academic institutions. We need to have, it is now there are incubator centers. For example, NCL incubator center is there. It works. Premnath is doing but one incubation center or one NRDC cannot solve the problem. We need Bharati Vidyapeeth has to have total ecosystem present in Bharati Vidyapeeth, Sinhgad, and maybe one patent will come out, really commercial technology will come out in 1 year or 2 years, doesn't matter. The most important thing is we are going to change mindset of the first thing. It is not only students, first the staff has to change. staffs need to, so there is incentivization, which really 60% incentives for researchers. Excellent. Here, Bradford is one of the best. We get 50%. But at the same time, we don't get support like we get support and seed money and everything. This is really good thing. It will be important if the local bodies, local government agencies also support the universities. It is you sitting in Delhi cannot support everybody, or even Maharashtra, Mumbai cannot support everybody. Why not to promote? And this is something in China. So I work very closely with China. Now in China, each province has, and each province and each district has their development council type something. They have funding. So Pune Corporation should be asked to keep 1%, 0.5%, something. Their objective should be how the industry will be attracted, innovation industry will be attracted to Pune. How they can connect? They should know about the academic institutions, academic brain power in Pune, and make use of it. All academics, for example, teaching me IP, and this is another important and very strong point about India. India IP awareness. I came here and I know I worked in India for 20 years in academics. Indian students and Indian, because of, at least in pharmaceutical sector, Indian students have far better understanding about IP. It is theoretical, but at least in Pune College, now 4 or 5 of my PhDs are now IP legal, not legal, but in charge of companies. Most of the students in PCP, they do some diploma program, and that is 10, 12 years back, I know. We need to support, use this. The only thing which we lack in India is some direction, how to from idea to commercialization. All ideas are there. The only thing is we get involved. Nobody tells me that, Anant, you are not supposed to do this Me Too work. Please stretch yourself. So now here also, when I came, that time our research was evaluated only based on our publications. Now our universities and academics are evaluated based on the impact what your research makes. Now 25% our funding for the university is given on how much money we bring, not money we bring, how much impact. So suppose if I say that I have developed one tablet, control release tablet, show me how PLC has been benefited, how many companies have been benefited, how much jobs they have created. And if we start asking these questions ourselves as academics, as university and government, if asks us this, and our grants are controlled on that, will definitely, India has, I think, very strong, many strong points. The only thing is culture need to change. But once it's, and India is such an explosion, once anything starts, and I think I'm very optimistic, the way innovation now, today's seminar or thinking, whenever I'm interacting with academics, their thinking, their ambition to have startup, this will make definitely difference. And I'm very happy to see that now industry person like Hemant and Professor Vankar are spending 6 hours, 5 hours with us. It's a great investment. This is something which will definitely build tomorrow's youth. We need and more interaction with such people. We do not get, if I ask somebody to come and spend one day with me, it is very expensive to get these type of experienced people to guide us. We will get 1 hour, 2 hours, and the passion with which they are working with us is something which I'm pretty sure that in next 5 years, India academic will be totally different. So only one more thing, sorry, Hemant, 1 minute I will take. like what Hemant pointed out, that the level of investment which goes in companies, R&D and everything, same is true for academic also. Companies, universities, academics can do, but we are really resource-wise, we have lot of limitations. Still, we do a lot of work, and I will say there need to be some system and some resource should be invested by government, and there should be, it may be invested by the management side. One positive thing for India is there are so many deemed universities, private, they need to incentivize. I thought, if suppose just when I was listening to this, came to my mind, if Bharati Vidyapit says, Anant, we are going to give you everything to start the company, we'll take 50% share. I'm happy. Now here, if Bharati Vidyapit is going to take the risk and share profit, anybody will be happy to do that. Thank you. I will stop here. I will keep on speaking.
Thank you, Dr. Paradkar. I think it was a great discussion that we had. Just to give a brief about what we discussed, just to take a few points from what was discussed. Dr. Bankar has right from the beginning been insisting on protection. Protection is as important as filing for patents. I think that's a very, very valid point, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of discussion on this in the time to come. Dr. Sahu, I think it's very, very exciting to see someone from the government of India besides you, with you and earlier Dr. Jere also. It's very exciting to see government institutions participating in innovation and collaborating with the industry and academia. It's really interesting, and it's very, very good to see that. Now, you're talking about the government and how we should go about with the mindset, the cultural mindset of innovation and protection. I think that's something very, very interesting, and I think it's very, very important also. You insisted and kept on talking about the mindset, and I fully agree with you that mindset is what is going to make a huge difference. Institutions coming together and creating an ecosystem for innovation and patent filing and entrepreneurship is, I think, according to you, again, it's a very, very important point. You mentioned also about the due diligence of patents through educational institutions and collaborations. I think, again, very, very valid. Dr. Paradkar, your talk about the patent incubation cell, both in the industry as well as in the academia, is something which is very, very interesting. You also focused on the need to change the culture and thinking. You also mentioned two very important things about incentive for researchers, whether in terms of incentive for doing the extraordinary work or for equity partnership with individuals and the institutions. I think, again, very, very important. And last but not the least, participation of the industry. Yes, I agree that today I and others from the industry also spent 5 hours with you, but let me tell you, this is not spending time, this is investing time. My idea behind attending this program was to invest time and also to learn as much, to contribute. My better idea was that I wanted to learn, and I think there was a lot of learning in the whole course, in the whole discussion that we had. Now, before we take up the questions, sir, I just wanted to mention about one more thing which is very, very important. If you check the current happenings in the country and related to the IPRs, I think it's very interesting. Now we have vaccines. How are vaccines coming into India when they are patent protected? How are remdesivir and other products coming into India despite the patent protection? Now you see, these vaccines coming to India is not going to be that easy because they are patent protected, and India and South Africa have applied to the World Trade Organization to get these vaccines with a little bit of a leniency on the patent, but it has not been accepted. WHO has supported us, 7-8 countries have supported us, but the EU, US, Brazil, and a few, Switzerland and a few other countries are opposing it. So this is the current situation of IPR, and this is what IPR does. Of course, there are rules by which on a situation like a pandemic like this, WTO as well as the companies can take extraordinary measures to ensure that patents are given a little bit of a leeway and products are available. My point therefore is patents have a huge impact on our livelihood in terms of commercial, in terms of protection, in terms of a number of things. And that is why I'm very glad that we took up this issue head on and discussed this at length for the last 5 hours. I'm sure all the students who are there in particular must have learned a lot about this. Now we take a few questions. Sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Hemant, for nicely, briefly summarizing what the panelists expressed their views. Moving to the last portion of the panel discussion are some of the questions we have received from our participants and audience on the YouTube channels. Let's take the first question, and this question goes to Dr. Sahu. Can our own patent application, if not granted earlier, which may have been abandoned earlier for whatever reason, be repatented again? Otherwise, what happens to it? I hope it is clear, Dr. Sahu. I think you are, please unmute yourself.
Sir, can you please repeat again, please, for 1 minute?
Can our own patent application, which may have been abandoned earlier for whatever reason, be repatented again?
No. Once we file the patent, and unfortunately we could not take it to next level of in the examination level, it will be a prior art, and so under section 11. It cannot be filed a patent, but if there is a modification and change in novelty, then it can be patentable. I think Dr. Umesh has some point.
Please, Dr. Umesh, sir.
Unmute yourself.
Please unmute yourself, sir. Yes.
Sorry. The key is there is something known as claim differentiation. Okay. Claim differentiation is the element that the examiner has to look at and determine whether that claim differentiation is significant. Number one. Number two is abandoned patent can be resurrected based on what percentage of information or specifications have been used to write or to override the abandonment. Meaning that whatever I have done to show that there is a difference in what was initially submitted and abandoned, and what is the basis on why I am seeking a reinstatement. Okay. Third important part is we have to also show that the abandonment was done by whom. Okay. If the abandonment is done by the inventor as opposed to the assignee. Okay. For example, I am the one is the named inventor, and XYZ company is or university or whatever organization is the assignee, and the assignee has recommended for or has considered for abandonment versus the inventor. That has to be looked at. All three things combined then will determine whether the abandonment can be resurrected.
Okay. Should we take another question? Next question. This again goes to Dr. Bankar. Patenting natural herbal-based preparations is quite challenging in India due to Biodiversity Preservation Act. Please advise, since many faculty work on herbal-based products.
Biodiversity Act is, I think, focusing on, when I have gone through it, when is focusing on the genus and species of the item or the product or the produce that anyone or someone wants to or seeking patent protection. Okay. However, if I have any product which is natural cannot be patented, everybody knows that. But if I make a preparation which uses some of the element, extract or whatever, from that biodiverse or so-called biological origin, then it becomes an item which is going to be a part of a composition. And that composition is positively patentable based on all the requirements for novelty, so on and so forth. The advice would be that don't stop at that, because then you will be on the fence where is the product being defined on the basis of the element that is drawn from the biological material or the biological material itself. As an example would be if you have an API and everything else is an excipient, which is a non-interacting or inert substance, then really I can say that, well, I have the API and now I want to get a product. I'm just going to give one excipient and say that, well, now I have a patentable product. Okay. So now I have formulation. So that's where it will be challenged, saying that, well, you really don't have a formulation. You really have the biological product itself. So go to the next level, saying, well, I have the extract or whatever I have generated or determined or extracted from the biological source. I have an excipient or composition for various purposeful function. And that combination gives me a product which has specific properties which were never been seen for this molecule or for this original substance into this combination. And then go even one step ahead and go into clinical aspect of it, which could be beneficial to get a end-use patent as well, or indication patent as well. And that's exactly where the difference between patenting turmeric versus what was patented was not turmeric, but was the composition, its specific content, its specific application, its specific strength, and its specific clinical endpoint. So that's how we go over the biodiversity. You can patent these kinds of things.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. The next question is for Dr. Anand Paradkar. And the question is, can we have few suggestions on how pharma industrial IP departments can collaboratively work with the institutes? Hope it is clear to you, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it is really industry IP. So for example, Lupin IP department can work with PCP.
Correct.
Yeah. In such cases, I think one of the challenge which universities face is IP experts, advice, consultancy. So the first and most important thing what we should do is we should have our alumni focus groups, alumni IP groups. Suppose if I make alumni, many of our alumni, they won't be able to share anything conflicting, but they can advise us. So for example, if Sharvil has one innovation, we can invite one of our alumni and just get advice. And no doubt I'm telling something about freebies, but alumni can contribute in this way. Directly to work with company, you need to have CDA all contract in place. And in such cases, really, we should go through proper agencies like NRDC or our legal and contract department if we establish. And that is what I'm thinking, that in the university or maybe across, not two universities, but in the university, there should be some department, some legal contract department. Another thing which we can do is just go and tell SMEs that consider ourselves as your R&D lab. We have, rather than just a project, we'll share IP, tell us the problem, we'll try to solve, brainstorm it, and we'll come out with the solution that will easier, because it is one thing which is really stopping us is we have a lot of ideas, but to take the ideas to commercial, and for example, in PCP itself, we can have 2 patents per year, but those patents, to translate that is the most important thing. If I get a translation partner with me on day one, if company says that, MQR says that, okay, can PCP will develop this, something, yeah, that is the only way we can start working with, and that was one of the objective in IIPC also. But it has to work out, and for that we need to have a channel, we need to have proper legal system, contract system in place.
We'll take 2 more small questions, and this goes to Dr. B.K. Sahu. Probably the question may be from graduate or postgraduate student. Is there any big money barrier in patent application procedure in Indian patent system? Let it come from the horse's mouth.
Yes, I'll completely agree, because students, many student faculty do not know which are the government institutions supporting IP. Let me inform to August panelists and also participant here. We have TIFAC, Technology Information Forecasting Assessment Council, established by Dr. Kalam, who gives patent assistance. NRDC, National Research Development Corporation, under Ministry of Science and Technology, my department. We not only help in patent, we help in trademark, design, copyright, GI. We bear the cost. We have empanel attorney, and up to the grant of the patent, we draft the patent to our attorney, and all the cost we bear. And let me also tell you to August Forum, at this COVID-19 period also, we have supported many more startup and individual inventor who believe they will not get any kind of help from anyone, because individual, if you are individual, nobody will give your support system. But we supported any individual Indian in terms of we do patentability analysis, and we discuss internally in our team, committee, and then we inform to the inventor that we are filing your patent, and we have assigned to this attorney, and all the cost for the same will be borne by us up to the grant of the patent or IP. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sahu. There is sub question to you again, an extension to it. Can SME or MSME may have IP facilitation initiatives from the government?
Yes, sir. I myself is a officer in charge for MSME, and that's why I have given my mobile number and email ID. You are free to send me and talk to me also, and it will be my privilege, because I am also a officer in charge for MSME champion of Government of India. Even any issues come on MSME payment, also I am a nodal officer from my department, my office, to which is closely coordinated by a Prime Minister office on MSME issues. And technology part, I look after the technology part from my department to MSME champion.
Thank you. Let's take last question, and this goes to Dr. Umesh Bankar, sir.
Sir, can you please allow me? Can you please allow me? I have another meeting, sir. I have to join.
If you have, for you, I think now questions are over. There is only one last question. Maybe
okay.
Another 5 minutes. Please continue with us. The question goes to Dr. Bankar, and here is the question: why only big funding projects move forward in patenting procedure than a small or individual projects or IP application?
That is not true, because when a patent application is filed, there is an element of what is known as commercialization, but that does not mean it is our commercial potential. That does not mean it is commercialized. There is no provisional requirement as to any kind of projection in terms of what would be the value of this product. when it comes to the market. So there is no requirement for that. So for example, when the student completed the project and left, there was nothing in that, but then later on this became a billion-dollar product. I have other examples where faculty, one faculty member was, or he was, I guess at that time, a basic organic chemist, and his interest was in developing or synthesizing glues. And he did that. He didn't even know the value of what he was doing. He got patents. One day, a lawyer knocked on his door and he said, I want to talk to you. And he said, okay, what am I in problem? And then he said, no, as a matter of fact, I have come here to help you. He said, what is the issue? The issue was his glue was being used by airline industry for the baggage tags, and they were not compensating him for anything. So number of baggage tags today per day is over 78 million baggage tags. Well, not in COVID times, but in normal travel time. And he is entitled for 6% royalty on that because they were using it without his permission. So he didn't even know the value of his work. When the lawyer told him that your value of your glue is so high, he said, oh, thank God somebody is using my invention. So don't go with that impression that, well, small size versus large size. It depends on how who uses it and who picks it up. I mean, Anand said the same thing that, well, this is just a really solving a stability issue in a different way. But nobody else can do it now, and that's the key part. And its value was 7.8 million, I think, when he showed that picture. So go in with, key is get the IP and then look at what is its value, because the protection is on what you have generated. That is essential. I can have 50,000 IP and I can get only one product, but that product is going to cover every single aspect of it, which nobody can touch. So now I have a product with nobody else can get into.
Sir, can I supplement to Dr. Banakar, please? Let me just inform you today, this August forum. Just tell me, sir, which university has capable enough to help the professor for filing? Maybe university committee might support one patent or two patent. They do not have separate budget for IP protection. Please go and see Central University also. So one, that is the one of the, forget about state university or other university. And you also went through the recent Controller General of Patent Trademark Design report that the private university are doing excellent these days. Patent index, particularly in patent index, I will tell you. Top 10 patent index today comes from 5 private university of the nation. So that in administratively as well as IP is one of the biggest challenge, because in university level, the IP document will be signed by the registrar, not vice chancellor. And IP policy is not there in many university today. So faculty normally they believe that the institutional support they need, because they have only budget that is for their salary part. And second, I will also tell you this August forum that Dr. Umesh Banakar talked about how a attorney came and helped to a particular inventor. Here in India, that scenario is not there. That trust is not there. People will not come directly to attorney. They will come first where the government institution are there, and that government people make it delay, and that invention will got killed. And that public-private partnership is very, very important, particularly when we talked about innovation, incubation, and IP protection.
Yeah, that's great, Dr. Sahu. We all know that, for last few years, the government of India, with a lot of initiatives, right from school level through Atal Tinkering Labs to the incubation innovation centers, and through the universities have also started, their own innovation centers, appointing separate directors in Maharashtra. At least as per the new Maharashtra University Public Universities Act, we have one director for innovation and incubation center. So the things are moving slowly. We all are living in a democratic country, such a huge Indian population with lot of strengths, with lot of weaknesses, and with the democratic system, probably we will, make our move very forward. But probably it is a little slow. But in years to come, I'm sure lot of innovations would happen, lot of the enterprises would come out even from the not so good colleges, not so good institutes, because mindset is changing and it needs to take a little faster pace. And I'm sure it would happen when we have people like Dr. Bankar, then with the government of India support through the patent facilitating center of TIPAC, and things are going ahead. The new generation probably would pick up better in years to come than what we used to do it so far. So with these words, I must thank Dr. Bankar, who is independent consultant, as hardcore researcher and now consultant in the IP management. We have person from the industry, Dr. Heman Dande, for today's panel discussion. And then another university professor, Dr. Paradkar, and a government representative. So we had ideal mix for today's panel discussions, and I'm sure the participants, the audience must have satisfied with their answers. And with this, we can move ahead with the last portion of our today's symposium. With these words, a big thank you to all participants, Dr. Abhay Jere, and all other panelist member today. Thank you so much for making me part of this panel discussion. Thank you, sir. Over to Dr. Sharvil now. Dr. Sharvil?
Okay. Thank you, sir. Moving on to last part of this e-Symposium, that is vote of thanks. Before that, one important announcement to all the participants that we have shared feedback form in the chat box of YouTube. So all are requested to complete that. And now I request Dr. Nisha Ranpise, Professor of Pharmaceutics at Sinhgad College of Pharmacy, Pune, to deliver vote of thanks.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am.
As we come to the end of the one-day international e-Symposium and panel discussion on understanding IP for scientists and scholars, it is my pleasure and honor to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of BBUD's Poona College of Pharmacy, STS's Sinhgad College of Pharmacy, and IPA Pune branch. I would like to take this opportunity to express our heartfelt thanks to the chief guest of today's function, Dr. Abhay Jere, who, in spite of being unwell, expressed his views. We wish you a speedy recovery, sir. My respectful regards and deep sense of appreciation for our guest of honor, Professor Umesh Banakar, for sparing his valuable time and guiding us in understanding IP. We express our gratitude to one of the eminent speakers of the e-Symposium, Dr. B.K. Sahu, for enlightening us on the role of IP in academic R&D for industrial collaboration. We also express our gratitude to Professor Anand Paradkar, the eminent speaker of the e-Symposium, for explaining how to manage innovation in academic setup. Sir, it is always an honor for us to hear you. I must mention a deep sense of appreciation for Dr. Heman Dande, the chief panelist of the panel discussion. Thank you, sir. The chairpersons of today's program, Dr. M.J. Patil, Dr. Varsha Pokharkar, Dr. Janvi Rao, Dr. Boti Raja, and Dr. L.B. Sawant, sir, the moderator of the panel discussion. They are thanked for their valuable inputs. I owe my special gratitude to the coordinator, Dr. Sharvil Patil, and his team who has worked hard to ensure that this occasion becomes a memorable success. Thank you is due to all the delegates from all over Maharashtra, India, and a few from abroad who enrolled for this seminar, without whom this would not have been such a grand success. I would also like to thank our respective managements, Bharati Vidyapeeth Deemed University and Sinhgad Technical Education Society, for their constant support and motivation. Last but not the least, I am extremely thankful to the conveners, Dr. Kishore Gurjar and Dr. Atmaram Pawar, for conceptualizing the idea of conducting this one-day international e-Symposium and panel discussion on understanding IT for scientists and scholars. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Professor Vankar, I heard your lecture on